Wales, they've not won yet. They had a heavy defeat to England, so hopefully we could have a result here tonight.
Yeah, Scotland lost narrowly as U20 2-15. It was the final minute, wasn't it? The final minute here 3 weeks ago, and then a disappointing result over in France. It's so difficult for the women over in France. You'll tell me 10,000 people play to support us to watch them, losing 55-0. And Wales, well, they won their opening game against Italy away in Rome, 20 points to 8, but lost 63-0 to England. So they'll be looking to make amends. One or two changes in the Welsh team as well. An Olympian debut on the right wing and a new scrum half. So they'll be eager and keen to impress.
Yeah, it'll be good to see Jasmine Joyce playing on the wing. The GB girl, it'll be interesting. It was her first game capped 15s. So it'll be interesting to see how she transitions from the 7s to the 15s.
And one change for Scotland as well. Gemma Forsyth comes in for Camden Barr. Camden Bell's a tough competitor. She misses out for injury. What will Gemma Forsyth bring?
Gemma will be good. She'll carry well and she'll make her tackles and she'll throw herself around and get stuck in. So it'll be good to see her get involved.
That will be, absolutely. I think also we're looking for the crowd to get involved here tonight at Broadwood. Broadwood's become a home for the Scottish women for the last 2 or 3 seasons, and it would be great to get big numbers along. A lot of school kids and a lot of children to inspire the next generation. It's important that these guys get behind the team as well, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Having a big crowd really helps. The noise helps players, brings them along, especially later on in the game when you're getting tired. To have the crowd.
I started playing rugby. I got involved in my first year of.
Looking at our team, Chloe Rowley starts at fullback. She's impressive with the ball in hand, really quick. Our person, Lisa Martin, captain, moves from 10 to 12 for the start of the Six Nations, and she played really well against Ireland in an unfamiliar position, didn't she? Leads well as a captain, Lisa, didn't she?
Yeah, definitely. She leads by example. She got another one that throws herself around. She'll make those tackles and she'll get into those rucks. She's very loud and very good captain.
Very good captain. We've got a new captain at Murrayfield, BT Murrayfield tomorrow as well, and John Bartley, so maybe he'll be looking out for some of that inspiration from Lisa. Rona Lloyd, we looked at in the VT, she's a powerful athletic player as well, and she needs space, doesn't she? We'd like to see Scotland create space to get the ball in her hands. Yeah,
she's great in space, she's got a great pace, she's just an athlete, and her coming into the academy has really pushed her on, and it's great to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of girls in the BT Sports Scottish Rugby Academy stage too. We've got one stage 3 player, player of the match in round 1, Jade Kunkel. Plays at number 8, she's a big ball carrier, and she'll be important as well this season, won't she?
Definitely, they'll be looking for her to carry ball forward every time she's got the opportunity. She's a great player.
And the Wales women, are they similar in how the Welsh national team play in under-20s? They're very, very physical. Are the women the same? Do they like the direct confrontational approach, or the much more silky?
I think they're a bit of both. Their forwards like to bosh it up the middle, but they've got some really exciting backs. It's nice skills, so it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that.
Now, it will be good. The snow had to be cleared off the pitch this morning. It was bad weather here in Cumbernauld over the last couple of days. Some road closures, but we managed to get the snow cleared off the pitch. The snow actually ironically kept the frost out of the pitch, but it's looking great, and a synthetic surface here should make an open fast encounter. We're really looking forward to this one. Claire, I'm going to let you skip up to commentary. Claire's going to join Graham Law in commentary, and we'll hear from her throughout the game. Also, a great competition from Scottish Rugby TV. There's a chance for you to win 2 tickets for Scotland's next home match at BT Murrayfield in the RBS Six Nations. Scotland versus Italy on March the 17th. And all you have to do for your chance to win 2 tickets is head over to our Scottish Rugby Facebook page and leave a comment. Tell us where you're watching from, tell us how much you're enjoying the action, what you expect to see from the game. Leave that comment on our competition page and we'll let you know who wins at the end of the show. Entries will close at the end of the under-20s match later on this evening, and full terms and conditions can be found at Scottish Rugby. So for now, from me, Chris Patterson, I'm going to pass up to Graham Law in commentary, and I hope you enjoy the game.
Boys and girls, welcome to Scottish Rugby TV's coverage of this Women's International between Scotland and Wales. We are at Broadwood Stadium in Cumbernauld. And for those of you who don't know Cumbernauld, it's pretty much at the heart of central Scotland's motorway network, or as it was called yesterday afternoon, or yesterday morning, a car park. Anybody who spent 3 hours on the M80 in the snow will tell you there's been plenty of the white stuff, and as you can have a wee look at the pitch, the ground staff here have done a grand job. They have cleared the pitch. It's an artificial surface here at the home of Clyde Football Club. This has also been the home of Scotland women for 3 or 4 seasons now, and well, we're just over 6 minutes away from kick-off. The teams will be joining us shortly. The pipe band from Boghall and Bathgate are poised, as indeed are the Guard of Honour from Stirling County Rugby Club, a prolific rugby nursery, and they're also doing grand things in the women's game as well. And Claire Bain, Scotland women's cap of relatively recent vintage, has shown the kind of legendary pace from her days with RHC, and she's made it up from presentation position to join me here in the commentary position. Claire, excitement building for the kick-off. What are your thoughts?
I think it's going to be a close game tonight. I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens, seeing how they perform, and I just hope that they can bring what they brought against Ireland, that intensity, and keep the ball for those phases, crashing it up and doing what works well for them.
Looking at the touch flags, Claire, it's obviously, as you can see from our picture there, it's obviously raining, but the wind seems to be coming from the south, and it's pretty chilly.
Yeah, it's pretty cold out there. It's certainly dropped since I got through to here. That's going to affect outside backs. We're going to have cold hands, so we're going to have to try and keep warm out there. Hopefully get our hands on ball and keep moving.
So if you were Shade Munro, the Scotland women's head coach, what would kind of be your kind of tactical appreciation of the challenges this particular game brings?
Just going with what works for them, sticking to their strengths, ball carriers from their forwards, and they've got really good centres in their captain, and Lisa Thompson, she's a great ball carrier. If they get her on the ball, that'll be good. People running off her, the ball to Chloe Rowley. Chloe Rowley's got great feet.
Lisa Thompson is pretty much the go-to player in the back division, isn't she? Because she's strong, she's powerful, and if she gets a wee sniff and a head of steam up, she's a catalyst for example, the back row and other players to play off.
Yeah, she gives them a platform. She's always going to go forward, and it's something easy for them to play off, go forward ball.
You saw a shot there of Roland Phillips, the head coach of the Welsh women's team, and now you're seeing a picture of the Scotland head coach in the centre there, Shade Munro, man of course who played in the second row for Scotland and was part of the Glasgow Warriors coaching team that took Glasgow Warriors to the Guinness Pro 12 title back in 2015. On Shade's left, since he tried to remember the picture, was Graham Young, and on Shade's right was the Scotland women's team analyst Cameron Walker. And here's Wales women about to come down the tunnel. They've made 4 changes from their last game, which was a heavy defeat by England at the Arms Park in Cardiff. New caps on the wing in Jasmine Joyce, and in scrum half Rhiannon Parker. And changes elsewhere see Rebecca De Filippo come in at inside centre and Keris Hale at loose head prop. That's the Welsh women team. Jasmine Joyce, the new cap, played for GB in the Summer Olympics in Rio last year. And these are always anxious minutes as Lisa Martin, the Scotland women's captain, lines up behind our mascot tonight. Our mascot is Izzy Craig from Angus Rugby Club, and Lisa says let's go, and Izzy is about to take the field here at Broadwood Stadium. There she is with Lisa Martin. Big night for Lisa. There's one change to the Scotland women's team from that which started the recent away game against the French women. The changes in the back row, and it sees Gemma Forsyth come in for the injured Karen Dunbar. Gemma Forsyth, part of an all Hillhead Jordan Hill back row. 2 other Hill Jewels players in the pack, Lana Skeldon and Lindsay Smith. And the back division is an all Murrayfield Wanderers / Edinburgh Uni combine. We'll pause now for the anthems, beginning with the Welsh anthem. Spirited rendition then in Flower of Scotland. We're just a minute away from kick-off here at Broadwood Stadium for Scotland women v Wales women. A quick look at the Scotland women lineup again, and we'll see, as I say, that all Hillhead Jordan Hill back row, and Gemma Forsyth in for her 19th cap at blindside flanker, the only change from the team which started against the French. Wales making 4 changes from a heavy defeat by the English in front of a crowd of 4,000 at Cardiff Arms Park. Loose head prop, scrum half, inside centre and right wing are all additions to the team that started against England. Our referee tonight, we'll go to the substitutes first, I beg your pardon, and you'll see that Scotland going with a conventional 5-3 split among the replacements. And here's the referee tonight, Chingwegele Chadazwene from Cape Town in South Africa. A wee bit warmer, I suspect, in Cape Town tonight, but anyway, we're just about to get underway, and it's Chloe Rowley. She's got a bit of a shiner there, Claire, hasn't she?
Yeah, that'll be from the French, I'd assume.
Either that, maybe it's been a bit of full contact training, but Chloe Rowley, Jedburgh's finest, gets us underway at Broadwood. And Wales collect the ball cleanly. It's with the Welsh scrum half, new cap, Rhiannon Parker. Wales about 10 metres outside their 22, and it was given to Digu Hewell, Helen Nelson, and it's going to be a slippy ball tonight, the rain battering down here. That looks as if it's straight out, so an immediate chance for Scotland to build from a line out about 32 metres or so from the Welsh line, Claire.
Yeah, they'll take that as a win there. They've gained some good ground off that kick-off. Put Welsh under pressure. They were kicking the ball away quite a bit there.
So let's have a wee look at this line out and see what the options are for Lana Skeldon, the Scotland women's team hooker. Lana's a borderer, but she's now playing a rugby at Hillhead Jordan Hill. She goes to the front, and that's a good clean catch taken by Emma Wassell there. Megan Gaffney looking to add a bit of weight. She thinks better of it. And it's Sarah Law feeds out. Immediately it's taken on by Gemma Forsyth. Scotland not committing too many players to that breakdown. Louise McMillan hovering over the ball. Debs McCormack with her. And Wales infringe at that breakdown. And the first penalty of the game awarded to Scotland. What's your thoughts here, Claire? Would this be within Sarah's range, do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely within their kicker's range. She kicked one on against Ireland from quite far out as well, and she was successful with that, so here's hoping.
Important to get the scoreboard moving in the early exchanges, just get a psychological advantage. This is Scotland's patch, and let's see if Sarah Law, who's a student at Edinburgh University, sister Rachel also plays at Murrayfield Wanderers, dad Andy referees. What does the mum do we know?
No, I don't know. It's a bit of a rugby family.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Sarah. With the first chance of points for Scotland. She made a good contact, but as she looked at it, it just drifted to the left of the posts. And Wales catch. Hint of an accidental offside there with Caris Phillips, the Welsh captain. But the referee satisfied. Tracy Bamarin with the tackle there. Lindsay Smith looking to assist. And it's Parker. And the clearance is sclaffed. It's picked up by Lisa Martin. She finds Law. Law to Helen Nelson. Megan Gaffney crosses the 10-metre line. Gaffney still going. Good strength from Gaffney. It's now taken on by McCormack. McCormack slips the ball forward. It's Tracy Balmer. Quite slow possession. Law finds Lisa Martin. Ball spilled forward from Jade Conkle. And it looks as if we'll have our first scrum. Wales not quite being able to effect a decent clearance there, Claire, and Scotland had a wee chance.
Yeah, definitely they'll take that as a positive. It's going to be a tough night with the rain. Ball's going to be slippy. You can see there with Jade just knocking that ball on there. It's going to be tough.
So first scrum of the night. And packing down in the Scotland front row, we've got Tracy Balmer, Lana Skeldon and Lindsay Smith. And the Welsh have Keris Hale, Caris Phillips and Amy Evans. Two of that Welsh front row from the Ospreys club, Phillips and Evans, and it's a free kick. So it's Rhiannon Parker with a tap, and it's immediately looking to forwards, and it was taken on by Alicia Butchers in the back row. Scotland penalised for side entry. It's another quick tap from Parker. Spilled forward from Rebecca Rowe. Chance to counter. It's Rona Lloyd. Rona Lloyd tight to space on the left touchline. Ball goes forward there of a Welsh player. Referee playing an advantage. But deems there wasn't one forthcoming. And as you said, Claire, the conditions are going to make it quite tricky, particularly if the pass, shall we say, is not quite sympathetic.
Yeah, if the pass is not quite the target, it's going to be really tough tonight. Ball's going to get really slippy, especially the more it rains. But that was good there from Scotland. They got Rona into a bit of space there, which is what they're going to want to do all night. She's got some great pace. Yeah,
it's been a pity, if you like, just from the neutral point of view, that hasn't happened very often, because she is, you know, in terms of her pace, she's got an athlete's pace, hasn't she?
Definitely, she's definitely an athlete, and she's only improving the more and more she's been in that BT Sport Academy.
Talking of athletes, we saw in the background, we maybe pick up the picture again shortly, the medic on the touchline is Dr. Andrew Murray, who is something of a specialist in ultra marathons. There he is, Andrew Murray, a formidable athlete. He runs for fun. 26, 40 miles, amazing. Anyway, Jade Conkle on the pickup. Tracy Balmer. In fact, it's Lindsay Smith. Lindsay Smith now. There she is. And again, maybe just a wee bit high going into contact if you were being critical. Sarah Law digs for ball. Balmer. Scotland seeking to get a wee bit control of possession. Helen Nelson fires it out. Lisa Martin stabs the ball forward. Megan Gaffney's chasing. And we're going to have a line out just on the 22. 7.5 minutes played. And territory so far very much Scotland's.
Yeah, definitely. They're playing in the right areas of the pitch. They just need to work out how to create some quicker ball in the slippy conditions. It's going to be tough tonight, but they'll need to try and work something out.
So it's an abbreviated line out for Wales. And it's their captain, Caris Phillips, from the Ospreys club. It's a little wee bit hesitant, but she finds her jumper. And Wales now through Rachel Taylor. In fact, it's Sinead Harris, the number 8. And Scotland, good take by Law. Megan Gaffney wasn't expecting that pass, and it's spilt forward. And Scotland need to organise in defence now. Parker, pass goes forward. And I think the referee will probably go back for the knock-on from Megan Gaffney. Indeed he is. There's Megan Gaffney from North Berwick originally. She was part of the training squad for the GB7s before the Rio Olympics. And she's a formidable try scorer in Scottish club rugby, isn't she, Claire?
Yeah, definitely. She's a tough one to catch. She's definitely got very good feet. She's a quick player as well. Just unfortunate there, slippy ball.
Scrum a bit messy there, and referee says Scotland were driving it at the angle. So it'll be an opportunity for the Welsh outside half, Eleanor Snowsill. And she finds touch 7 or 8 metres inside Scottish territory. Our assistant referees tonight are Joy Neville from Ireland, who's over on the stand side there, and Alex Pratt, one of Scotland's women's officials. Ball stolen against the throw at the front there by Scotland. Got a paw to it. Here's Jade Conkle. Goes through the first tackle by Snowsill. There's a Welsh player lying all over that. Thank you, referee. Roll away, says Mr. Jadazwene. And here's a chance for Lisa Martin to give Scotland a wee bit more territory. And hopefully somebody will retrieve the ball behind the snow there. Did you have any snow where you were yesterday, Claire?
We had a little bit, it wasn't too bad. It was too wet by the time it started to snow for anything to cause any major disruptions for us.
No snow in the kingdom then, no?
A few bits in known areas, but I was alright at home.
There we go, Kingdom of Fife's finest with us tonight on Scottish Rugby TV. Sarah Law. And it's Lisa Thompson. Gets past the first tackle by Snowsill and then she's wrapped up, but here comes the ball. Jade Conkle. Wales double tackling Scotland's talismanic, or taliswomanic should it be, number 8. Helen Nelson. Strong there in contact. Manages to wiggle her way out of that challenge. Conkle again. Sarah Law having to put boot to ball. Law tries a wee dummy, makes a couple of metres. And really, maybe this is the way forward, Claire. Maybe a bit of pick and go.
I think this is going to be the way tonight, especially in these conditions. they're making some good ground.
Lindsay Smith on the charge there, and it's a side entry penalty. Now it's probably about the same distance, but from the other side of the posts from the effort that Sarah Law missed earlier. So this time, Lisa Martin is going to go for the touchline. A good call, I think, eh?
Yeah, I think so. They've had some good possession down this half, so they need to try and get further down, and maybe a carbon copy of Ireland in the first half. Their tries there, line out drive, some pick and goes, keeping it tight.
So we're 7 or 8 metres out. It's Lana Skeldon to throw in. Scotland have cut to 5, go to the front, need to tidy up, and I think it might have been pinched, has it? No, the ball's there. There we go, fed to Gemma Forsyth. Sarah Law needs help. Lindsay Smith provides it, and then Louise McMillan with a bit of go forward there. Good fall by Lana Skeldon to tidy up. It's all just a wee bit frenetic at the minute.
Yeah, just need to calm it down and have some patience.
Again, good drive forward there from guess who, but Wales not committing many to the breakdown. Onto the blind side we go. Rona Lloyd, no space, heavily marked. But here comes the ball, and it's Jade Conkle. Breaks that first tackle again. And then weight of numbers. Scotland inside the Welsh 22. Possession is slow, but it is coming. Lindsay Smith. Here she goes. Lindsay, who works with Glasgow Warriors. Conkle again. Out the first tackle. Makes a metre. Out now to Helen Nelson. Nelson with a delicate chip ahead. How's the bounce going to work out? Still Wales under pressure. 6 or 7 metres from their own line. It was a brave fall by Rhiannon Parker, the debutant at the scrum half there for Wales. But Scotland may have turned it over. Let's have a wee look. Referee saying he didn't roll away in the tackle, and a chance for Wales to clear. And you feel clear that Scotland have to try and get something out of the territory that they've enjoyed.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a tight game, so it's really important they get as many points as they can when they're down in this half.
Here's the replay. That was Helen Nelson's kick ahead, and the bounce was unkind from Lisa Thompson and Megan Gaffney's point of view. And then Wales, with a bit of assistance from the penalty, give this opportunity to their captain, Caris Phillips. Snowsill finds back row support from Harries, just outside our 22. Snowsill again. Chloe Rowley takes. Now, Rowley has Rona Lloyd outside her. Lloyd again well marked, tackled by Phillips, the Welsh captain. Slow ball. Pass just a wee bit too fierce for the conditions. Wales have an opportunity in the narrow side. Important half tackle by Gemma Forsyth just to slow up the momentum there. Snowsill. Good tackling by the Scots in midfield. Parker finds Snowsill again. Wales giving it a bit width. Taken on by their fullback, Hoole. It's a good Welsh name. Oh. The ball balloons over the head of Keris Hale. But here's number 8, Harries. Megan Gaffney. The carbon copy low tackle right round the ankles. Taken on by Rachel Taylor. Keris Hale, the new cap, involved again. Parker looking lively, dispossessed by Louise McMillan, but we have a penalty. Referee ruling offside, and that's really the first Welsh attack of any substance. Scotland looked quite comfortably defensively though.
Yeah, they looked quite comfortable there. They were covering the Welsh attack pretty well there. Wales also, they looked okay. They kept the ball quite well and they were moving the ball well in the conditions, which was great to see.
So here's Snowsill. Seems an appropriate name given the weather conditions. We've not had any snow today, I should hasten to add. All that snow you see on the sidelines was from yesterday. Snowsill from the Newport Gwent Dragons club. Now, Wales inside the Scotland 22 for the first time as we come towards the end of the first quarter here at Broadwood Stadium, Cumbernauld. It's Sinead Harris looking to lead the drive. It's a little wee bit static at the moment. And Scotland trying to disrupt. Another forward drive coming on. Good tackle by Lana Skeldon. Alert around the fringes there. Referee playing an advantage, pretty soft penalty. It's taken on now by Amy Evans. Out to Snowsill. Short ball. Gone forward. And the referee, again, I think it's side entry penalty or an offside penalty from his signal. And Snowsill again looks towards the touchline, so Scotland are going to have to defend from the 5 metre line out.
Yeah, they defended really well there, kept them out. I think it's going to be really important that they keep them out here. They've had so much possession up the other end of the field, it's really important that Scotland manage to stop Wales from scoring here.
So, 5 metre line out. Scotland don't compete, but get ready to try to deal with the drive that's forthcoming. And it's looking ominous. And it's the lady with the red scrum cap who's getting the congratulations. Wales' first try. And it was all pretty straightforward in the end from that line out. We might see our number eventually. Who knows? Here we go. It's the hooker, isn't it? Yep. Wales hooker and captain Caris Phillips from the Ospreys club off that line out catch and drive. All pretty textbook stuff, really, Claire.
Yeah, definitely. Very textbook coming back. I don't know too much about drive, but it was a very good driver.
So we have the opening try of the night, really from Wales' first visit to the Scots 22. The conversion from Snowsill is good. So we're coming up to 20 minutes played, and Wales women are leading by 7 points to 0. And as I say, disappointing considering that Scotland have really enjoyed the bulk of the territory in that first quarter.
Yeah, definitely disappointing. The girls will be disappointed in that because they were up in the Welsh half for a lot of that time. So hopefully now that we've got a kick-off, we can get back down to Welsh territory, turn over the ball and get back into the game.
Wales through Snowsill. Good step in midfield, but it didn't fool Tracy Balmer. Parker back to her half-back partner. Chloe Rowley spills the ball on the 10 metre line, and it's these wee mistakes that are always hard to counter, aren't they?
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Chloe's usually so safe under those high balls. She takes them all the time. She's got great feet, so it'll be really good to see if we can get her on the ball and see what she can do against this Welsh battling.
Apologies for the loss of the clock on the screen. We've played just over 22 minutes here at Broadwood, and Wales are leading Scotland women by 7 points to 0. Welcome if you've just joined us, and don't forget we'll also have live coverage here on Scottish Rugby TV of the second part of tonight's doubleheader, the match between Scotland and Wales at under 20 level. It's the Welsh women on the attack at the moment, and it was all a wee bit lateral as Jasmine Joyce, the member of the GB Sevens team at Rio last year, who's making her debut for Wales women tonight, was well policed there. Another debutant, Keris Hale, takes on for Wales, who are enjoying some of a purple patch at the moment. And Scotland really need to be secure defensively. Tackle made there on Rebecca De Filippo. Parker scans left and right, spilled forward. Turnover ball, Scotland have to react quickly here. Slow again. And as Andy Robinson used to say, nothing happens accidentally on a rugby field. Helen Nelson trying to find a wee bit space there, but we're back for the knock-on advantage. And I think Sarah Law is suggesting to our South African referee that perhaps the Welsh could have rolled away a wee bit quicker there.
Yeah, I think they could manage to slow that ball down, that turnover there for Scotland, and give themselves time to get set. Scotland were doing well in defence there. It was slow ball, and they were set really nice and up in the Welsh faces, and caused them some problems. So it was really good to see Scotland looking good in defence.
Tracy Whammer also having a wee word with tonight's referee. Chance to hydrate. There's Shane Munro and Graham Young, and their counterparts with Wales in the centre of the picture, Roland Phillips. So happily, Debs McCormack restored, and we'll resume with a scrum just inside Scotland territory. Sarah Law. Welsh getting the nudge on at that scrum, and Jade Conkle does well to retrieve for Scotland. Conkle involved again. Gemma Forsyth follows suit. And it's all a wee bit messy down there at the minute, as Emma Wassell did the next bit of tidying. Back it comes. Lisa Martin trying to get a bit of territory. It's collected by Hoole, the Welsh fullback. And, well, I think Wales were the winners of that particular bit of ping pong.
Yeah, I think they were there. Scotland did well, it was just too slow at the breakdown. Welsh defence was set, and that's why they had to kick the ball over there and give the ball back to Wales.
.25 minutes then played, and after dominating the first 15 minutes or so, the last 10 minutes have belonged to Wales, during which period they've scored the game's opening try, and Scotland really have to regroup from here. Well, that's a fine line-out catch by Debs McCormack, exiled player, and it's Gemma Forsyth now. Again, messy, and we had a penalty of some description for interference on the ground there. So a chance for Scotland to build again through their captain, Lisa Martin. And she's maybe been a little bit ambitious in the territory. There was an accidental offside there, but referee content. Parker with a nice sharp service. And Scotland having to look lively in defence. But you feel that Scotland just need to settle it down again, Claire.
Yeah, I think so. They're forcing things a little bit. They just need to play the phases and start moving the ball a little bit, get some quick ball, put the Welsh in the back foot and get some go forward.
It was a nice kick from Snowsill there. It gave Wales right winger Jasmine Joyce an opportunity to show her pace, and Scotland now have a defensive line out just outside their own 22. And it's just gone a wee bit flat for the home team at the minute. Lana Skeldon. And Scotland eventually, I think, have been turned over there at that line out. It was all just a little bit too slow. And it's the Welsh captain Phillips, their try scorer, leading the surge. Snowsill fires it out. Lisa Thompson up quickly. Scotland have the turnover. Sarah Law. Law kicks ahead. Now this bounce could work in Scotland's favour. Megan Gaffney hearing up the wing. And that's a good bit of territory gained there for Scotland. Quick thinking from Sarah Law off the turnover there, Claire.
Yeah, that was good turnover play. That was a good kick through from Sarah Law, and they've got them some good ground. Hopefully from here we can turn Wales over again and put them under more pressure. That was really good pressure from Scotland to turn that ball over.
Back to the live action then. Coming up to half an hour played. And Wales defending this line out inside their 22. They do the first part of the job. Now Scotland have to look lively around the fringes. I think the penalty coming, oh lucky. Referee ruling that Lindsay Smith couldn't get out of that tackle. In fact, I beg your pardon, it was Gemma Forsyth couldn't get out of that tackle. So we have a scrum Wales put in just on their own 22 metre line. So if you were Lisa Martin, Claire, what advice would you be giving your players at this point?
You would just be trying to G them up and keep their heads up at this point. Go forwards, put the Welsh under a lot of pressure, and just stay positive. It's really important that the girls stay positive and try and pick this game up.
Well, scrum creaking a wee bit. That was Harries on the pick-up. Eventually clawed down by Helen Nelson. Lisa Martin next to perform the defensive duties, and Wales up towards the 10 metre line. Chloe Rowley this time catches. Rowley, lovely step on the outside, needs support runners. Rowley scalds a second player, tackled just shy of the 22. Scotland pile in to try and retrieve this ball. Sarah Law on the dummy and the break. Needs a bit of support. Scotland recycle. Stebbs McCormack trying to organise. Now Tracy Balmer. Momentum quelled a wee bit. It was a lovely break from Chloe Rowley. But the referee rules Scotland didn't release the ball there. And it's a penalty to Wales. Well, that was an unfortunate ending to a lovely break from Chloe Rowley, and good support play as well from Sarah Law.
Yeah, it was great to see Chloe get the ball in some space and some time to do something with it, and great to see her go on the outside of Jasmine Joyce.
You'd like to think that might kind of light a bit of a beacon for the team, and they might take some confidence from that, Claire.
Yeah, definitely. You hope they'll build from that. It was positive when they were playing quick ball. It shows that if they can get that quick ball, that they can get on Wales and put Wales on the back foot and go forward and hopefully get over the try line.
Interesting replay, that. However, so often a breakdown, it's one of those situations that you feel for the referees, because penalties could legitimately go either way.
Yeah, you could give it to anyone really at breakdown sometimes. It's a bit of a lottery who's going to get the penalty. They can be a bit of a mess.
So just over 8.5 minutes of action left in this first half. Wales again down to 5, and an athletic retrieval there. It's ball into midfield, and they've got options left and right. Parker fires out the pass. That was very well taken by the big second row, Rebecca Rowe. Rowe in the second row. Sarah Law. Now here's Chloe Rowley again. Options to her left. It's chance a quick ball. And it's Jade Conkle bulldozing forward. It's not going to be a night for ball on a silver platter for scrum halves. So they might have to get just a wee bit dirty. What do you think?
It's a tough night for scrum half tonight. And tens.
Jade Conkle again. Desperately trying to get forward. It's just bodies on the ground. Sarah Law. Charged down. Retrieved by Rachel Taylor. Scotland need to organise here. And quickly. It's a good tackle by Lisa Martin on Karen Lake, the Welsh outside centre. Slowed up considerably. Wales content just to play through the pack at the moment. Alicia Butchers, and it's a bit more pick and go from the visitors. Scotland have to be resolute here. Kick ahead from Snowsill. Megan Gaffney trying to work her way back. It's a horrible bounce, and Gaffney does very well under pressure from Ellen Evans to police that ball to safety.
Yeah, she did well just to wait till that ball crossed the try line to put it down and get the 22 drop out there. She would have been feeling the pressure of the Welsh player coming down behind her.
Well, the referee has ruled that Megan Gaffney took the ball into her own goal area. Let's have a look and see. He's right.
Yeah, he is. It's unfortunate.
It was a very, very good kick.
It was, yeah. She placed that really well and put Megan under a lot of pressure to get back there.
And they always say, Claire, if you do the simple things well, particularly on a night like tonight.
Yeah, tonight's the night for just doing the basics right. Sticking to the basics, and that's what's going to win. Whichever team wins the game.
So Wales scenting their second try, and it's so important that Scotland are really focused in defence here.
Yeah, really important that they keep the Welsh out here. You don't want to go 2 tries down.
Big scrum then. We've not had too many resets so far tonight. But really important that Scotland are tight here. As our South African referee says, let's go. Wales nudging ever forward. It's at their number 8's feet. And the referee rules that Scotland thwarted that Welsh scrimmage drive illegally, goes under the posts and awards a penalty try. And, well, given the Welsh scrum was advancing, Claire, it's hard to really argue against it.
Yeah, definitely hard to argue against that. Welsh had a good scrum there. It's unfortunate for the Scottish girls. I think the scrums have been quite even up until then.
And again, it's clinical from Wales, isn't it? They've been in the Scotland 22 on 2 occasions, and they've come away with points on both occasions.
Yeah, they've converted every time that they've managed to get down into Scotland half. Scotland now need to get back up into the Welsh half and start converting their opportunities.
So it's Snowsill with a straightforward conversion in front of the posts, and Wales now lead by 2 converted tries to 0, and we've got just over 4 minutes to play in the first half. And from the home perspective, particularly given the territory that they enjoyed in that opening quarter when they had just an abortive penalty at goal in the credit column, it'd be really good if they could get something out of this final few minutes of the first half.
Yeah, they're going to want to go in with some points on the board after this half. They've put the Welsh under a lot of pressure and been down in the Welsh half for quite a lot of time.
Just having a look at how the Scotland women are lining up here. So again, it's a reduced line out. And it's one at the front by Emma Wassell. Quick ball. Here goes Jade Conkle. Conkle rolls out of that tackle. Sarah Law finds Helen Nelson. Out to Chloe Rowley. We've already seen Rowley's dynamic footwork. We see it again. Rowley over the 22. Great saving tackle by Alicia Butchers. Scotland are 7 metres out. Sarah Law feeds out. Did it go forward off Lisa Martin? It did. Chances, Claire.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. It was another great run from Chloe Rowley there. She's had 2 good runs in this first half. It's really exciting to see her get on the ball.
Here's Chloe stepping off the right foot. Beats Snowsill, beats Taylor. And it was actually a terrific saving tackle by Alicia Butchers there. But the ball from that tackle was quick. And yeah,
It's
interesting. Tracy Balmer appearing in that channel.
She loves to be out in that channel.
Okay.
She loves a good show and go, does Tracy Balmer. She's a 10 at heart.
It was a chance though, and again, you feel that if one of those chances can be converted, that the team will take some momentum from it.
Yeah, definitely. They're playing a lot better when they've got quick ball like that. They're getting a lot of success in quick ball and putting the Welsh on the back foot. So let's hope they can create some more quick ball and some more go forward.
It's good work by Sinead Harris, the Welsh number 8. She just made another couple of metres, and really the notion is that it makes the clearance kick a wee bit easier. Anyway, Chloe Rowley onto the 10-metre line, kicks ahead. Now an opportunity. Wales knocked forward. It's collected by Jade Conkle. Conkle does incredibly well. Tight to that left touchline to remain in play. Here's Tracy Balmer doing what a prop should do. It's now taken on by Emma Wassell. Scotland are 6 or 7 metres out. It's been slowed up again. But they just have to be patient here. Referee bringing it back for the knock-on. And the idea from Chloe was actually quite sensible there, because on a night like tonight, bounce of the ball, difficult conditions, and
Yeah,
she
definitely.
benefited from the kick ahead, didn't she?
There was a lot of traffic in front of her, so that wee chip over the top was a good option from Chloe and put the Welsh catch under a lot of pressure.
So we've seen 3 breaks from Chloe Rowley tonight that really ought to have achieved something from the scoreboard point of view. But this is a golden opportunity for Scotland. A scrum. Jade Conkle on the pick-up. Has to try to make sure she's not isolated there. And there are, once again, bodies from both sides on the ground, so it's slow ball. Lana Skeldon now. Big tackle. Ball is there and available. Sarah Law shouting instructions. Taken on by Wassell. Law again. Gemma Forsyth waits. Here goes Forsyth. Hands in the ruck. Sarah Law tries to find a bit of space, close range. Tackled by Welsh captain Phillips. Ball available again. Debs McCormack now. The clock has gone red, so this is last chance attack of the first half. Scotland inching forward. Sarah Law scans right then left. Gives it to Lisa Thompson. Thompson breaks one tackle. Thompson scores! Lisa Thompson from Hoyk plays her club rugby now in Edinburgh with Murrayfield Wanderers. Puts Scotland on the board just before the interval. An ideal time to score, and a try that really, from the territorial advantage that Scotland enjoyed in the opening quarter, that was a score that Scotland deserved. Here's the replay. Nice short ball. Thompson strong. And that's a great try for Scotland women. Right on the interval. And boy, did they need that. Sarah Law then with an opportunity to convert, which she does. Half time here at Broadwood Stadium in Cumbernauld. Scotland women 7, Wales women 14. The tale of the first half, Scotland enjoyed territorial advantage in that opening quarter. They did have one penalty at goal from Sarah Law, which drifted as she looked at it across the left of the posts. Wales then came into the contest and just on the quarter hour mark scored the opening try from close range. A line-out catch and drive through their captain and hooker, Caris Phillips. Wales then enjoyed the ascendancy and scored a penalty try when close range scrimmage drive was thwarted illegally. Both the Welsh tries converted by their standoff Eleanor Snowsill, but from some quick ball, Chloe Rowley leading the way for Scotland with some really dynamic footwork. Scotland getting that try just before half time through Lisa Thompson, converted by Sarah Law. We have ourselves a game, ladies and gentlemen. Scotland women 7, Wales women 14. Join us again shortly for more action from the Women's Six Nations Championship here on Scottish Rugby TV.
I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay, 'cause I got it. Ooh, never been like you. Please believe
This is Tartan Touch, a fun, simple way to get fit, make new friends and enjoy playing rugby.
There are 20 Tartan Touch hubs across Scotland. Simply find an event in your area that works around your schedule and come along.
I've never played rugby before. It's been brilliant. I've come down today, really enjoyed myself, got stuck in and had a great time.
There are only 8 simple rules, so you'll be playing in no time. Teams are mixed and for all levels and abilities.
Playing with people older than me has helped me develop my skills. I've improved quickly.
Rugby is a fantastic way to get fit. The more you play, the more your skills will improve and you'll get fitter with every game.
I play rugby at school, but probably not as much as I'd like to, so that's why I've joined Tartan Touch. It gives the opportunity to do it of an evening at the weekends.
It's all about bringing people together to the best game in the world. Find out more and sign up at tartantouch.org.
Tartan Touch, a game for everyone!
Well, what a first 40 minutes of action. Scotland had a lot of possession early on. Wales hit the scoreboard first, but a tremendous try in the dying seconds of that first half brings Scotland right back into it. The half-time score, as you know, is 14 points to 7 in Wales' favour. But well, let's look at the back of the opening, I suppose, 20 minutes of that game, Claire. Scotland had a lot of possession and a lot of territory. They started the game really well, didn't they?
Yeah, they started the game really well. They'd be disappointed not to have converted that possession into points in the first 20 minutes. But it was good that they managed to keep Wales out for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, it was. There was one penalty opportunity. I was at the far side. There was a swirling wind. It was a difficult opportunity then. There was one or two other opportunities. They may have taken the kick and goal, but they went to the corner, kept that pressure on. And I think it was a good tactics, really, get the Scottish girls into the game.
Yeah, definitely. It was good to keep them under pressure, make the Welsh run about a bit, try and tire them out instead of just kicking for posts.
Yeah, the Wales did score first. It was almost against the run of play. As I said, Scotland had all the territory, all the possession, and then on 20 minutes there was a break-up field, and almost on the first attack, Caris Phillips scored from close range. What did you make of the try?
It was good, it was coming. I think Wales have converted really well. They've been down in the Scotland half twice and scored twice.
It's a sign of a good team, isn't it? You're capitalising on the territory, coming back. The second try was a penalty try. It's been a tremendously physical open 40 minutes as well. Most of the defending has had to be done by Wales, and they've done that. But they've hit the back and they've had the ball. They've managed to score those 2 tries. The one try, then the penalty try. But who's stuck out for you from a Scotland's perspective in the opening 40 minutes?
It's got to be Chloe Rowley. Every time she's had the ball and has a bit of space, she's made a lot of ground. It's good. She's got great feet. She's an exciting player to watch.
She is. She's had a couple of fantastic, like really letting up the tough here at Broadwood. She's done that before, Chloe Rowley, hasn't she? How does Scotland get her hands on the ball in the second half?
She just needs to get herself involved and try and get off players. She's a great player if she can get her into some space. If Scotland can create some space out wide for her and then get the ball there, it would be really exciting.
I think they can. I think Scotland can create space. They're dominating the territory, dominating possession, and it's making the Welsh girls tackle and tackle and tackle. And then at the end of that first half, just as you were making your way down from commentary, Lisa Thompson scored. It was after great pressure from the Scottish girls, and a wonderful try for young Lisa Thompson. She's such an exciting player, and she'll be delighted with that score, won't she?
Yeah, it's great to see that Lisa scored. Unfortunately, I missed the try coming down here, but it would be good for them to have got points on the board if they went in for half time, and that will really G them up for the second half.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic opening 40 minutes here. It's Wales women who lead 14 points to 7. And now we're going to have a look at one of the star players in the first half. Scotland's captain, Lisa Martin, caught up with Scottish Rugby TV and had a quick Q&A earlier on in the week.
Baby daddy. Oh, Kaiser Chiefs. Spice Girls. Oh, probably Rich McCaw. Tea. Anything with a good drum and bass. In front of the TV, cup of tea, bit of popcorn. Wait session. Probably my first cap in the 2010 World Cup.
Well, I don't know if you agree or not with some of those answers for the quick-fire questions, but it's great to catch up with these girls and some of our answers there. Quick-fire questions. First album was Spice Girls. Claire, are you a fan? Were you in the same boat?
I can't actually remember my first album maybe, but it might well have been Spice Girls.
and she's been physical because she's small in stature, Lisa Martin. She leads with a big heart by example as a captain, but one or two collisions in the midfield. The Welsh centre, Rebecca Del Filippo, she is a big, strong girl, and Lisa Martin's been hit once or twice, but she's carried well as well. She's really brave, isn't she?
Yeah, she's not scared to get involved. She'll put her body on the line for the team, that's for sure. She'll carry hard and she'll stick her head in places a lot of players won't put their head.
No, she is. She's cracking. Really part of the BT Sports Scottish Rugby Academy as a Stage 2 player. Lisa Martin works really hard in all aspects of the game, and she's getting her awards and another good performance. I'm going to move from tonight and I'm going to skip ahead to tomorrow. Claire, you work for Scottish Rugby, you'll be in the IT department. Probably won't see much of the game tomorrow as you'll be running around making sure everything is ship shape and going out on time through the media channels. But what do you think of Scotland's chances tomorrow? Obviously Wales are coming up after Nara losing to England. How do you think it'll go at BT Murrayfield tomorrow?
I think it'll be a tight game tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get to see some of it. I'm looking forward to it. Scotland did well against France, lost a few players though. We'll see how that impacts. I'd have thought before Wales played England that Scotland had a really good chance, but Wales really stepped up against England, so I think it's going to be tough tomorrow.
Yeah, I do agree. So what type of things will you do on match day? As I said, you work for the IT department of Scottish Rugby. Is it Wi-Fi issues? Are you responsible for making sure that programme and all the media channels is delivered?
Yeah, Wi-Fi is a big thing for us on match day. The press shout about that a lot.
And it must be pressure for you guys as well. You're trying to watch the game, but you're working. Are you ever distracted by what's happening on the field?
Sometimes, but as soon as someone gives us a shout about Wi-Fi, we then have to turn our attention to that pretty quickly.
Get in and fix it. Well, we are, just reiterate, the half-time score here at Cumbernauld and Broadwood Stadium is 7 points to Scotland, 14 points to Wales. We're going to release Claire back to commentary to join Graham Law to enjoy the second half. Thank you very much indeed, Claire. We'll enjoy the second half with Claire. Following the women, we've got the under-20s live stream on Scottish Rugby TV. Stuart McFarlane will be commentating, and I'll be helping him as a summariser, as will Brian Easton, the BT Academy, BT Sport Academy, Edinburgh and East Lothian skills coach. We'll look forward to his insights. One other thing, obviously, we've got a competition running as well. Fantastic competition that you can win tickets for Scotland's next home game in the 2007 RBS Six Nations against Italy at BT Murrayfield. For your chance to win 2 tickets for that fixture, just please go to Scottish Rugby's Facebook page and leave a comment. Tell us where you're watching, if you're enjoying the coverage, and you let us know where you're watching, as they say, and the winner will be announced at the end of the under-20s game this evening. Full terms and conditions can be found at scottishrugby.org. We look forward to that. Well, it's almost time for the second half, the second 40 minutes. I'm going to hand back to the commentary box now. Graham Law, who will be joined by Claire Bain. Thank you, and let's hope for more good rugby in the second half.
Thanks very much, Chris. And once again, Claire has got her athletic spikes on, and what I should really do is ask her some ridiculous question and wait to see if she comes in the room and say, "Whoa, what do you think of that then, Claire?" But we'll not do that because that would be terribly unkind. That try, I didn't hear what you were saying to Chris, but the try, the try for Lisa Thompson was a terrific score, really well worked. And the thing I liked about it was there was a bit of patience. They didn't panic during the build-up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't see the try, but it was great to hear that Lisa managed to get on the scoreboard. She's a good ball carrier for the girls, and she's a good go-to player to go forward. So it was nice to see her get on the scoreline.
So let's talk a wee bit about Lisa. Lisa is at Edinburgh University. She's only 19. Tonight is her 10th cap. And she's been part of Murrayfield Wanderers for a wee while, Claire, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's a good player. She came through their under-18s, and she's a really exciting player. You could tell from a young age that she was going to have potential. And it's really exciting to see her out on the pitch with the Scotland girls.
It's interesting actually when you look at that Scotland women back division and what we've seen in the first half, even allowing for the difficulties that the conditions have caused. When Scotland have had a bit of ball in open space, we've seen some terrific running and just general awareness from Chloe Rowley, and then the real direct thrust from Lisa Thompson. Anyway, the ladies are retaking the pitch, and Claire's going to have a wee look to see if we've got any changes.
Doesn't look like we do.
No, I think we're as you were. The DJ comes up with the really imaginative "Let's Go" for the start of the second half.
Just trying to G the players up for the second half.
And our referee, Mr. Chimangele Chadaswene, as Wales will restart kicking towards the south end of the ground here at Broadwood Stadium in Cumbernauld. You're watching Scottish Rugby TV. It's the second half of the opening part of tonight's double-header of international rugby at Broadwood Stadium. Scotland women v Wales women. The half-time score, the Welsh leading by 14 points to 7. Lana Skeldon making the tackle there, and it's Parker feeding out. And that was a good kick by the Welsh there.
Yeah, it was a good kick through there. That's got them some ground and into the Scottish 22. So they'll be positive from that.
Scotland really need to be alert. Wales benefiting from some clinical finishing every time they got into Scotland 22 in the first half. It was a cobra-like strike from the Welsh. This time Skeldon executes the line-out throw, and Scotland have got a rolling ball on the go. It fractured a wee bit, but Jade Conkle remained in control of the ball. She's bought herself 4 or 5 metres there, and it's another drive forward. Scotland need to get to deck here, and they have. Tracy Balmer stays on her feet. Sarah Law finds Helen Nelson. Nelson gathers, and oh dear. Well, that will not go on Didgu Hools or Howells highlights reel, I think we can safely say.
No, I don't think that will, but that's good for the Scotland girls. They've gained some ground there and put the Welsh under pressure in these conditions.
You've been out braving the elements, Claire. What's it like?
It's definitely cold out there. Thankfully we're still under shelter, so we didn't get too wet.
Did the producer not tell you what he's got in store for you in the next 10 minutes? No? Producer looks quizzical. Okay, scrum time. Jade Conkle to Sarah Law. Lisa Thompson, the try scorer. Ball was ripped from her, but it was cleaned up well by Louise McMillan. Great pick up by Conkle. Conkle and her opposite number, who's loitering in that tackle. Law to Nelson. Nelson telegraphs the inside pass a wee bit. Ball is there though. Here's Debs McCormack, tackled by Snowsill. McCormack, oh, she was a bit slow to release, got away with it. Louise McMillan. Scotland building patiently. Nelson, nice step. Mel Clay clings to her. And a wee knock on there. Well, that was a shame because the build-up, there was patience about it.
Yeah, there was patience there, and that was good. It was a nice wee half break from Helen there. It would just be nice to see Scotland create some quick ball and put the Welsh in the back foot a little bit more and get the ball out to the exciting backs that they've got out wide with Rona, Megan and Chloe.
So we're still in the Welsh half, as you can see there from the high behind shot. She looks awful worried, doesn't she?
So worrying time on your first cap.
What were you like with your first cap? Can you say on a family show?
I don't think I can. It's a nervous time on your first cap, but it's a brilliant experience.
Was your first cap at home?
No, it was away in Italy.
And?
It was a November test, I think it was 2014. we got beat. I can't quite remember the score. I think it was 27-3.
But made all the hard work worthwhile.
Oh, definitely, 100%.
Yeah, I bet. So that scrum really was a bit of a shambles for Wales, and Scotland have the ball. Here's Helen Nelson. Nelson stabs it forward. Wales are going to have to defend that. Jasmine Joyce clawed down by Lisa Martin. Scotland there quickly. Not committing too many to the breakdown. Looking to keep Wales under pressure. But that's a pretty good clearance from the Welsh fullback there.
Yeah, Wales will be happy to get out there without conceding any points.
So we're going to have a line out about 36, 37 metres out. And once again, Scotland going through their line-out repertoire. Lana Skeldon has Emma Wassell at 4 and Debs McCormack, and it's McCormack the target. Helen Nelson taken on by Conkle in the midfield channel, and she bulldozes forward from the Black Isle. The Black Isle bulldozer, that might catch on. Wales, it might not, says the assistant producer. He's been relegated to the assistant producer, right. Scotland trying to tidy up the ball. Wales, I think, may have turned over. And it's Parker from the Cardiff Blues Club. Wales number 8, Shonid Harris from Scarlets, made some territory. Here's Jasmine Joyce. Good tackle by Rona Lloyd. Parker again. Wales getting a bit possession, but Lindsay Smith in on the tackle, and then Emma Wassell in on the tackle. Parker. Oh, number 8 finds space. It's the tight head prop, Amy Evans now. Ball goes forward, Rona Lloyd. Not sure what Rona was thinking there, but anyway, the ball had went forward from the Welsh tight head Amy Evans, and Scotland, assuming they can secure the scrum ball, have a chance to clear here.
Yeah, let's hope Scotland can clear the lines a little bit here. Get some go forward ball, put Welsh under some pressure.
Good defensive work there by Chloe Rowley. Claire?
Yeah, she's good in defence. She'll always make her tackles. She's a hard girl to get round.
We've seen some strong carries though from the Welsh number 8, Shonid Harris, from Scarlets. It's an all Scarlets back row against an all Hillhead Jordan Hill back row, and once again Jade Conkle having to tidy up. It's a good strong carry by Gemma Forsyth. She did really well there. Sarah Law to Helen Nelson. Up to the Welsh 10-metre line. Here goes Hoole. Oh, lovely break from the Welsh fullback. Tries the dummy. Great tackle by Helen Nelson. Just outside the 22. Ball is loose. It's De Filippo cutting back for Wales. Parker finds her captain. Good tackle. It was Emma Wassell working hard there to get back in the defensive line. Here's Taylor. Lisa Martin in with a tackle. Scotland being tested here. That ball was forward, I would suggest. Sarah Law tackling Ellen Evans. And the referee rewards Scotland's persistence in defence with a penalty and an opportunity to clear.
Yeah, Scotland will be happy with that. They've kept Wales out there. They've had quite a good defence set nice and early, and a good opportunity for them to clear the lines.
So Lisa Martin the job here not to be overly ambitious, but to find touch, which she does. 6 or 7 metres inside Scotland's territory. The line out signalled by assistant referee Joy Neville as we look again at Hoyle's break. Another copybook ankle tackle from Helen Nelson. I love the fact that Helen and her brother Robbie, who is playing for the Scotland Club 15 tonight down in Birmingham, played their rugby in Glencoe. I've got a sort of Skyfall image going on there, you know?
Yeah.
Great take by McCormack in the line out. Good drive from Scotland. And Wales pinged for side entry. And just an opportunity now to have sensible accruement of territory. Accruement, is that a word? I don't know, I just made it up. Oh, the Scotsman crossword producer is not happy with that word. He's guffawing.
Scotland are working their way up the pitch well here.
Okay. I wonder if that was part of the chat at half time. Have a wee bit more catch and drive from the line out. Let's see. On the 10 metre line then. Lana Skeldon. Caught by Wassell. And that's 3 penalties in quick succession. And our referee, Mr. Jadizwene, is having a wee word with the 2 captains. And he's asking the Welsh skipper Caris Phillips to have a suitable word of admonition to her charges. And once again, it's an opportunity to acquire some territory for Lisa Martin. Onto the right foot. Scotland now inside the Welsh 22, and you feel they have to get something from these visits to the Welsh 22.
I think they've got to get some points at some point when they've had a visit into 22. It looks like they're going to go for another catch and drive here if they can.
Once again, it's the abbreviated line out, down to 5 this time. McCormack secure in the middle. And this time, Scotland are pinged for an obstruction. So, all that advance is halted. And we're back to a line out Wales throw on their own 10 metre line. Here's McCormack's catch. New law, yeah. So here we go with Caris Phillips. Wales getting the drive on, and they're very solid here. Bludgeoning up towards the halfway and beyond. And Scotland concede a penalty if, yeah, there we go. So that was a case of anything you can do.
Yeah, Wales are working their way back up the pitch just like Scotland have done.
So it's Eleanor Snowsill. And she takes, much to the delight of her forwards, Wales up to the Scotland 22. Interesting line out shape here. It's the middle, and it looks as if we're into catch and drive territory again. Scotland didn't compete initially, and we have a turnover, and the Scottish scrum just needs to be strong again, Claire.
Yeah, it was good from Scotland there. Getting
bit savvy, eh?
Yeah, definitely. They'll be happy with that, getting possession back, and hopefully they can build from here.
That was Mel Clay at the line out with a clean catch. But Sarah Law, who of course knows her laws because her dad Andy certainly knows his laws, was very quick to point it out to the referee in a polite way. Jade Conkle on the charge. Now Scotland perhaps have an opportunity to attack on this narrow side. Megan Gaffney, just out of your shot, is very deep, but back it goes. Big swing of the boot from Helen Nelson. Hull catches the ball. I think it goes backwards. Referee is content. Good take from Sarah Law. Now an opportunity in space. Diagonal maybe from Helen Nelson. Indeed it is. Now Rona Lloyd could chase this if she gets a bounce. It goes into touch, but that's a good bit of territory gained for Scotland there, Claire.
Yeah, it was good play from Scotland there, a bit of kick tennis, and then to move the ball into wide open space and find some grass in the Welsh backfield.
As a back row forward, when you're watching the kick tennis, as you call it, what's going through your mind?
Just hoping that we're not going to knock it on.
Thank you for that honesty.
I tend to be kicking them, so I quite enjoy that.
Scotland putting pressure on the Welsh line out, and referee has ruled that Scotland will have the scrum feed here. In fact, no, Scotland will have the line out feed here. So maybe that was an option call. Lana Skeldon not impressed with the first ball she was offered. She's got the cloth out. So Scotland going to their bench, and Lindsay Smith, after 56 minutes, is replaced by Katie Dugan. Katie Dugan joining the fray. Good take by McCormack off the top ball. Pass goes a wee bit askew, but it's picked up by Jade Conkle in midfield. Conkle tackled by Butchers. Sarah Law under pressure there, but the ball goes back and Sarah cleans up the loose ball. Emma Wassell battles forward. Sarah Law again. Scotland opting for the one pass game. Wales again slowing ball, and the referee losing patience with it, so there's a penalty advantage. It's a free ball here. Nelson. This is Lisa Thompson. Thompson to Rona Lloyd. Now Rona's got a wee bit of space here. She tries to hand off Jasmine Joyce. The ball's loose. It's kicked ahead by Helen Nelson. The referee ends the long advantage and will bring it back for a penalty after Wales were deemed to be very slow to roll away from the ruck there. Yeah, there's a signal from a referee from Cape Town. Lisa Martin then, the Scotland women captain, has a chance once again to prod Scotland into the Welsh 22. And this time they'll be looking for a clean line out, Claire.
Yeah, this time they'll be wanting some clean line out and to put the Welsh under a bit of pressure. It's a good opportunity that they're into the Welsh 22, so they'll be hoping they can convert this into some points.
Katie Dugan, who joined us, it's her 7th cap tonight. She's a student at Edinburgh University. Now, Skeldon. She goes to Emma Wassell. Lisa Thompson through the first tackle. Clawed down on the 5 metre line. The ball's there. Sarah Law organising. Gives it to Skeldon. Skeldon charging forward. Sarah Law looking for a forward option here. It's Jade Conkle. Conkle with Gemma Forsyth and Louise McMillan in close support. Here it goes. It's Tracy Balmer. Lisa Thompson, surrounded by 3 Welsh women players. Conkle poised over the ball. Spews out a wee bit awkwardly, and Dugan does well. Sarah Law thinking about a wee dart herself. Ball is there, but it's slow again. Scotland just need to be patient here. The captain is over the ball. She wants players to have a take on from close range, and Dugan duly obliges. And it's a scrum ball. The referee ruling it's not going to come out from there. He ruled that pretty quickly though, Claire, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. There was some good pick and go there from Scotland, keeping the ball nice and tight, keeping the pressure on Wales.
But once again, deep now inside the opposition 22. They have to get some points from it.
Yeah, you think they're going to have to get some points from here. They've got a good opportunity off the scrum. Hopefully they can have some good scrum ball and potentially forward pick and go.
So I'm just looking, Rona Lloyd is way over to the left, out of your picture. And that's the way Sarah Law's, Jade Conkle's going. Out the backhand pass to Sarah Law. And guess who? It's Rona Lloyd with Scotland women's second try. A well-worked score off that scrum. Great work by Jade Conkle. Law the link. And Rona Lloyd, the teenager, finishes it for Scotland women.
Yeah, it was a great try from Scotland there. She had acres of space, and they worked out really well with Jade. And Sarah going up that blind side. She'll be over the moon to score a try for Scotland.
Here we go, here's the replay. Good handoff from Jade Conkle. One-handed pass, Law the link, and Lloyd in a wee bit space. She just had to take the pass and do the business. Good stuff from Scotland women. The conversion to come. Rona Lloyd, who scored a fair number of tries in a victory against Spain in a friendly last season before she won her first cap. She'll be delighted with that try tonight. And it's Lana Skeldon who's going to attempt this conversion. Scotland women are making a change, but we'll catch up with that after this conversion attempt from Lana Skeldon. She's 5 metres from that left touch line. Here she goes. She makes a reasonable contact, but no conversion. So Scotland women have made a change. Debs McCormack has gone off and has been replaced by Sarah Bonner as we see the try again. Let's put Scotland women back in this contest. Sarah Bonner has joined us. What can you tell us about Sarah, Claire?
Sarah's one of the girls I'm not too familiar with. She plays down south in Lichfield. She played well against Spain. Watched her in the World Cup qualifiers. So it'll be good to see her get on and have a chance to show Shade what she can do.
It's Sarah's 5th cap tonight, and as Claire said, yeah, from the Lichfield club. Wales have made a change as well, as full-back Hoyle manages to slide out of that tackle. Snowsill kicks ahead, well policed though by Lisa Thompson. Kick ahead, that's a lovely clearance, and that's a good bit of territory there for Scotland women. In fact, it was Helen Nelson.
Yeah, that was good there. They were under a bit of pressure there with Wales on the attack, just kicking the ball away to them, and that was good for Helen just to get the ball away and relieve some pressure for Scotland there.
Yeah, Wales have also gone to their bench and have brought on Carol Thomas in the front row, and she has replaced, I think, Keris Hale. There she is at the tail of the line out, number 18, Carol Thomas. Wales trying to surge away. There's Thomas. Great tackle from Skeldon. That's the kind of tackle you love to see as a forward, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That was a great tackle from Lana. She puts in some big hits, and that was one of them.
Scotland looking alert. Gemma Forsyth, the next one to make the tackle. Wales just content to pick and go at the moment to try and get a wee bit space. Ball's loose. Wales go to deck to clear. Parker picks up. Snowsill. Dummies to the first player. Lisa Martin doesn't buy the second one though. In with a tackle. Ball's loose. Scotland pick up through Gemma Forsyth. Turnover ball. Sarah Law feeds out. It's taken by Helen Nelson. Good tackle. Scotland going same way. Once again it's Louise McMillan, the Hill Jills back row in concert tonight. Conkle goes forward. Snowsill clings on. Sarah Law again. Here's Helen Nelson. Nelson to Lana Skeldon. Taking the ball flat. Out to Helen Nelson. Nelson to Thompson. Thompson. But I think the ball went forward there as Megan Gaffney tried to clear up. Yeah, referee ruling a forward pass. Scotland though looking keen.
Yeah, definitely looking keen there. That was some good play of moving the ball around really well. They'll be happy with that. Putting the Welsh under a bit of pressure. It was just unfortunate that last pass with Lisa being under a lot of pressure from the Welsh defence, going slightly forward.
What other bench options have Scotland got here, do you think, Claire?
Lucy Park's done well when she's been coming on at hooker. Our line-out throws have been good. Heather's got so much experience. She's a great player to have in and around the squad. She brings so much experience.
Wales strong at that scrum, and their number 8, Shonad Harris, who's been a real stalwart for them tonight. Strong carries from her. She must be a candidate for player of the match, which we'll come to in the next 10 minutes or so as you watch us here on Scottish Rugby TV. Thank you for your company wherever you're watching us around the world on a lovely rain-soaked night in west central Scotland. Chloe Rowley scampering across, looking to retrieve that kick. She does. Clambers to her feet. Tries to get away from Jasmine Joyce, the GB7's cap. And Chloe's done well there. Lisa Thompson doing a kind of auxiliary flanker duty as Sarah Law hovers over the ball. Taken forward by the Scotland women forwards now. Carol Thomas needs to get out of there. Nelson onto the right foot. Wales have an opportunity to counter from just inside their own half. It's Ellen Evans. Evans fleet of foot. It's Louise McMillan making the tackle inside the 22. Scotland women need to look lively here. Interception by Megan Gaffney. Working hard, gets to deck. Wales trying to regroup here. Oh, lovely pass. Now, it's an opportunity for Lisa Thompson. Hint of a high tackle there, Claire?
Yeah, maybe a little bit there. Scotland will be happy with that. They've covered that really well.
Referee, I think, had a wee word with his touch judge or assistant referee, who he was standing 5 metres away from. There was the replay of the tackle. Interesting.
Yeah, just dragged into touch there by our collar.
We'll try not to be too one-eyed about it. But anyway, good clearance after that break from Ellen Evans. Had the alarm bells ringing a wee bit. Scotland getting hands to the ball. And quick through. Knock on there by the Welsh captain. Which the eagle-eyed Scotland supporters below us, I think, just
yes.
about spotted.
Yeah, they were straight onto that.
Well, you mentioned Heather Lockhart, Claire, and you were clearly in Mystic Meg mode because there's Heather Lockhart on for Tracy Bammer, and Gemma Forsyth has also departed the scene, and Lindsay O'Donnell has joined us in the back row. What can you tell us about Lindsay?
Lindsay's a good player. She plays down in England. She's plays second row as well as back row. She's
So
another
maybe an extra line-out option then,
definitely. She's another one that'll just throw herself about and get stuck in and really want to show Shade what she can do.
Helen Nelson feeds the ball out. Lisa Martin, lovely pass to Chloe Rowley. Rowley now, the handoff, second handoff, working hard to stay in field. Rona Lloyd is there with her, but they need to clear out. It's a wee bit slow and cumbersome, and Wales have got hands on ball. The clear out was just not tidy enough. So the turnover, Wales really need to be kept in this neck of the woods. Now, if they can hold the Welsh inside centre up, but they can't, and just need to be careful, having gone off their feet, that they don't concede the penalty there. Rachel Taylor does a good bit of rescuing for the Welsh. Jade Conkle, like the proverbial barn door, slammed in the face there. And it's the Welsh replacement Carol Thomas getting involved. Parker feeds Robin Wilkins. That ball was almost intercepted by Lisa Thompson, and she does very well to get back to catch Helen Evans there.
Yeah,
really good work by Lisa Thompson, and the crowd getting fully engaged in this game now, Claire.
Definitely, that was great work for Lisa Thompson. She committed to try and get that interception, but didn't quite get it. But then she worked really hard to get back and make that tackle, and managed just to drag her into touch.
Wales going to their bench, and some great names joining the fray. Gwen Lillian Purrs has come on at hooker for Caris Phillips, and Saiwan Lillycrap joins us in the second row. We'll try not to engage the punometer too much in the remaining 10 minutes. It's Scotland getting the driving maul going, albeit slowly. Big tackle by Lowry Harris, but Scotland have ball. It's Sarah Bonner tidying up. Conkle, 3 metres made by the Scotland number 8. Side entry penalty available against Carol Thomas. Helen Nelson fires out the pass. Good hands. Evans on the tackle. Scotland women on the 10-metre line. Jade Conkle slips the ball to Katie Dugan, the Edinburgh Uni student. Referee maybe still playing advantage. Sarah Law opts for the kick. Howell scurrying across, the ball bounces uncomfortably for the Welsh fullback. Referee blows for an offside penalty. Is that the original advantage he's going back for, Claire?
Yeah, I think so.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, he's playing quite long advantages, which has obviously worked in Scotland's favour at this time.
So we go back from, well, a good 10 metres inside the Welsh 22. I presume Scotland must have infringed there. And what would you be doing here? Going for territory?
Yeah, I think so. I think here they're going to have to go for the corner. It's quite far out for any of the kickers in the team.
So Lisa Martin, the captain, goes for territory, and she finds her touch.
It's a
We
good touch
are about 14, 15 metres out from the Welsh line, and once again it's an opportunity for the line out that Shade Munro is such a practitioner and student of over many years, to come up with an option here for the players to take it from the playbook and go for it.
Yeah, it was a good touch finder from Lisa there.
To the front. Jade Conkle takes it quickly. Conkle feeds to Lisa Thompson. Thompson on the charge. Scotland's try scorer from the first half. She's held up at the moment. It's a maul, and unless she can get to deck, it's going to be turnover Welsh scrum ball. It is, and perhaps that was just too choreographed there, Claire.
Yeah, they've used that one a couple of times now. Might be quite interesting to see them hit someone else, send someone else up.
And use Lisa as the dummy runner, perhaps.
Use her as a dummy runner, because she's going to be getting marked quite heavily now, because they know that she's a good ball carrier for the girls.
Lisa, who, as we said earlier, Trinity Primary School and Hoyk High School. She's clearly an all-round sporting talent, as she's been on the books at Hearts Football Club.
Yeah, she's just a good all-round athlete, isn't she?
And Katie Dugan, as Shade Munro and Peter Jaricevic to Shade's left. Look on, Shade on the mic, issuing a few instructions. What do you imagine he's saying, unless you can lip read?
I can't lip read. Somebody's just saying to get the girls to go forwards, use some different options, and yeah, just go forward, stay positive, and keep Welsh under pressure and try and stay where they are.
Even though it's Welsh putting at this scrum, it's 6 or 7 metres from their own line. You can see the rain hammering down, so Scotland need to be smart here. No cheap penalties. And Wales have made a change at scrum half. Louise McMillan in with a tackle. Harries. Oh, it's to full-back Hoyle. And that's a pretty good clearance from where she was, so tight to the dead ball line, but she's still inside the 22, and it's Scotland line out.
Yeah,
now we'll need to start thinking, Claire, in the next minute or so about player of the match. So I'll give you a bit of time to think about that. As we point at our programmes. And we'll reconvene on that very shortly, but we'll stick with the action as Scotland inside the Welsh 22. Wales get hands to that line out, bit messy. Scotland going with a different option that time. Welsh scrum half goes aerial, and it'll be another Scotland line out, and Wales have gained 3 or 4 metres there. So Scotland take it quickly through Sarah Law. But was it the same ball? Who knows? We'll give it another minute before we go for player of the match.
Okay, so I've got another minute to think.
We can talk through when we come to it, the contenders. That line out works a bit better for Scotland. Here comes the drive. Ball carrier isolated by the Welsh, but ball should be available. Sarah Law looks for it, gives it to Lisa Thompson, who has to work very hard to keep her mitts around it. It's a bit flat, but Helen Nelson does well. It's a quicker ball. Nelson out from Lisa Martin to Chloe Rowley. Rowley steps past one defender. It's taken on now by Sarah Bonner. Scotland trying to work ball to Lana Skeldon. Skeldon, who needs to get to deck. Wales double tackling. Under pressure. Penalty advantage. Now, it's an offside penalty or a side entry penalty. It's 30 metres out, it's pretty central, and without any hesitation, Lisa Martin pointed to the posts. Claire, your thoughts?
I think that's a good choice. It's that time in the game where it's there's only 4 minutes left to play, 2 points in the game. They've got to take this opportunity, and hopefully Sarah Law can convert.
Well, Dear viewers, you're going to have to wait at least another minute for our player of the match. Oh no, the producer is instructing. Player of the match now. Okay, player of the match, Claire, as the crowd hushes.
I think it's going to have to go to Chloe Rowley. She's been a really exciting player every time she's had hands on ball. She's got some great feet.
So, player of the match, Scotland's fullback, Jedburgh's finest, Chloe Rowley. But all eyes now on Sarah Law, the Murrayfield Wanderers scrum half. She strokes the ball. It's there! A successful penalty from Sarah Law. Scotland women take the lead by 15 points to 14. 15-14 with 2.5 minutes remaining. Now is the time for cool heads. Scotland really need to look after this ball, don't they, Claire?
Yeah, definitely. They're going to want to secure this ball and keep hold of the ball for the last 2 minutes. It's a really important time that they don't concede again.
Scotland have made a change at half-back. That was good work by Katie Dugan at the restart. She claimed the ball. Jenny Maxwell on it now. Ellen Evans, very quick round. Big decision waiting from the referee here. He says it's Scotland's scrum ball. 2 minutes to go. The crowd urging Scotland women on. We know it's been 7 years, back in 2010, since Scotland women last won a Six Nations match. 1.5 minutes remaining. The clock has stopped. The water carriers, physios and doctors tending to players on both sides. Well, Scotland really now need to be organised. It was 15-all in the closing stages against Ireland women 3 weeks ago tonight. And unfortunately for the home team, it was a late show from the Irish women that led to a 22-15 win for them. Scotland women leading by 1 point as we move towards the final minute. Jade Conkle picks up. Conkle feeds on to Lisa Martin. Jenny Maxwell feeds out. Once again, it's taken on, this time by Lindsay O'Donnell. Maxwell feeds. Helen Nelson. Nelson tries to find a wee bit space. She's hit quite high, but her body position is good. Sets up Maxwell again. It's taken on now. Maxwell. It's Heather Lockhart. Heather Lockhart. Dare we call her a veteran? The Hillhead Jordan Hill player. Maxwell feeds to Chloe Rowley. Rowley forced to clear, and the ball has gone out on the full. Scotland had taken the ball out of their own 22, or taking the ball originally back, so it's going to be a Welsh line out. According to the stadium clock, there's 10 seconds remaining on the stadium clock. 10 seconds remaining. That was not straight. The referee says it was not straight. It's a scrum to Scotland. The stadium clock is at 80 minutes. Scotland have to win this ball and clear it to post their first Six Nations victory since the 6th of February 2010, when they beat the French women at La Suède. Well, folks, if ever there was a time for the Scottish women to dig so deep at this scrum, what a moment for Heather Lockhart. closest to us. Jenny Maxwell feeds. It's never the straightest of feed. Maxwell feeds. Lisa Martin clears. It is full time here at Broadwood Stadium. 2,575 days of hurt for the Scotland women's team ends. 7 years and 18 days since they last won a Women's Six Nations game. They've done it tonight at Broadwood Stadium through tries by Lisa Thompson and Rona Lloyd. One conversion from Sarah Law, then a dramatic penalty 5 minutes from time by Sarah Law means that Scotland women post a 15-14 victory against their Welsh counterparts. What a match, what a night for Scotland women. We will of course be joining action shortly for the under-20 match that forms the second part of this doubleheader. But that was a momentous night for Scotland women, for captain Lisa Martin, for head coach Shane Munro, and the work that has been done in the BT Sport Academy. It's time now to hand over to Chris Patterson. Chris.
Wow, what a finish, what a performance, what a result for Scotland women, winning their first game in 7 years, beating the Welsh here at Broadwood Stadium, 15 points to 14. Sarah Law with an all-important penalty after the 78th minute. It was the only time, the first time in the game that Scotland had been ahead. What a performance, what a feeling. How is it for you, Claire? That was incredible.
Close it out at the end there after she kicked that penalty. It was really good. The girls will be overjoyed with that.
So many times the Scotland women have been so close. 3 weeks ago here they were so close, losing in the final minute against Ireland, but that makes up for it, doesn't it?
Oh,
some
definitely.
of the performances. You picked Chloe Rowley as player of the match. She was outstanding as well.
Yeah, she's an exciting player. Every time she gets the ball, you don't quite know where she's going to go and what she's going to do. She's got great feet. She's really hard to stop, even if you do get a hand to her.
Yeah, Chloe Rowley, player of the match. Some searing breaks in the first half. Scotland dominated early territory, early possession, but they went behind 7-0 from Wales' first attack. Caris Phillips scored in the first half. Then there was a penalty try after about 30 minutes, so Scotland were 14-0 down, but that important try by Lisa Thompson just before half-time brought them back into the game. She had a huge performance as well, didn't she?
Yeah, she's a great player. She's always going to carry the ball well, and she did that tonight. She's a go-to player, and she showed it tonight.
I think the second half as well, it was all Scotland. You know, they were knocking at the door, they kept going. Rona Lloyd scored after 60 minutes to make it 14-12, and we featured Rona before the game, and as you see the girls taking the acclaim from the crowd here in Broadwood, it's fantastic. But Rona was dangerous with ball in hand as well, wasn't she?
Yeah, Rona's always dangerous. If you give her some space and time on ball, she's got electric pace. She's an exciting player.
Yeah, it's excellent. As you see, I mean, if you can get the footage or the shots at home, the Scottish girls are doing a lap on. Are well supported here at Broadwood Stadium in Cumbernauld. It's been at home for 2 or 3 seasons now, and this is the first victory. I'm going to reiterate the score. It's Scotland women 15, Wales women 14. Scotland's first win for 7 years. Shane Munro, the head coach, will be absolutely delighted. We're all delighted. Chloe Rowley's been announced as player of the match. But I'm going to take you back to the 78th minute. Sarah Law under pressure, almost 30 metres out. It was in front. Those are the most difficult ones from my experience. But how do you think, well, you've kicked goals as well, Claire. How do you think she was feeling then?
I think she'd be nervous then, but I think she would just focus on the task in hand, not think about the score, and just focus on getting that ball between the posts, and she did really well.
No, she really need to hold her composure. Somebody else who held her composure and did tremendous well. We're going to be joined now by Lisa Martin. She'll, if I can get her attention. Lisa, come in. Congratulations. Well done, well done. Captain of a winning side, Scotland victory, 50, single margin. How do you feel?
Absolutely ecstatic. You know, it was a massively tough game. Wales really brought it to us the entire 80 minutes, but fair credit to every single girl that stepped on that pitch today. They absolutely emptied the tank and gave everything for that jersey, and I'm so proud of everyone there. It's great to get that first win for Scotland, the first of many now.
You are emotional. It means so much to you. You've worked so hard, you know, in the academy alongside these girls. How nervous were you when Sarah was lining up that 78th minute penalty?
I'm not going to lie, I did turn my back on it. I didn't want to watch it go over, but I have all faith in Sarah Law. She works hard on and off that pitch. She puts in those extra hours, and that's what that practice comes down to. That last penalty, that's what she's been practicing to do for the past 4 or 5 years, and there we go.
And we've seen huge improvements from the Scotland women. A minute from victory against Ireland here. What does this mean for Scotland women to come up against a physical Welsh team as well, especially in the first half. You had a lot of possession, a lot of territory, they kept knocking you down. What does this mean for the development and I suppose the future for Scotland women?
It's just huge. Like I said, it's going to be the first of many. Like, that's our momentum going now. We've got to keep building, keep working, and take that into England in 2 weeks. But that's the first win. That's what we want to show the younger generation coming through, especially in the performance development programme. That's what we want to show them, that winning for Scotland is possible and it's happening, and we want them to now be a part of it. So we want them to knuckle down, challenge for our jerseys, and keep working.
Well, I'm going to let you join your teammates. It'll be a pretty emotional changing room. You're emotional. Huge congratulations from us all, Scottish Rugby TV. Claire's absolutely delighted as well. We're all in the edge of our seats, but well done, Lisa. Go and see the rest of your teammates and pass on our congratulations. Well, that was it. You see the emotion in Lisa Martin, the captain's eyes there. She had a big part to play. She played particularly well as well. But just final thoughts from you, Claire. This is a springboard for the women and Shade to drive forward, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a really important game for the girls. They were the target of this game, and for them to get the win is amazing, and it'll just bring them forward for their next game, and they'll now really target Italy.
Well, thank you very much to Claire for an input during commentary as well. We'll be back after a short break where we'll look ahead to the under-20s game between Scotland and Wales. How it matches that excitement, I do not know, but we'll have to try and bring that to you. I'll be joined by Brian Easton, BT Sports, Scottish Rugby Academy, Edinburgh skills coach and development coach. So we'll look ahead to that game in a few minutes' time. But from here, from Broadwood Stadium, on a momentous occasion, thanks to Claire, thanks to Graham Law on commentary. I'll reiterate again, Scotland women 15, Wales women 14. A fantastic victory. We'll see you after a short break.
When I was 6 years old, I broke my leg. And I was running from my brother and his friends, and tasted the sweet perfume of the mountain grass I rolled down. I was younger then. Take me back to when I found my heart, broke it here, made friends and lost them through the years. And I've not seen the boring fields in so long. I know I've grown, but I can't wait to go home. I'm on my way, driving at 90 down those country lanes, singing to Tiny Dancer, and I miss the way you make me feel. It's real. We watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Now I'm on my way. I still remember these old country lanes when we did not know the answers, and I miss the way you make me feel. It's real. We watch the sunset over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill. Over the castle on the hill.
Well, after that incredible performance and victory for Scottish women, we're actually joined by player of the match, Chloe Rowley, as well. Scintillating breaks in the first half, tremendous defensive effort, quite rightly player of the match, and to be honest, an incredible game. Your first win for Scotland, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling shocked to start off with, but overwhelmed as well. I'm so happy this has happened. It's been a long time coming. We've worked so hard. Blood, sweat and tears, just worked away at it. This week's been great for like team building. Like, we've all came in and we've been so happy and just excited to start this game. And we showed that on the pitch. We've just showed what we could do pretty much.
I thought you were outstanding in the first half. He obviously went, it sounds contradictory, he went 14-0 down, but I thought Scotland, you had all the possession, a lot of territory. Wales scored from their 2 opportunities really, but there must be a lot of composure and belief. Lisa's try just before half-time would have helped. But how was the changing room at half-time? Was there panic, or was there, I suppose, an underline that you were actually playing pretty well in that first half?
Yeah, they showed out to us that we were playing well. We knew we were playing well. It was mainly just composure, to keep it disciplined, keep working away, just keep the forwards building, build a platform to then play from that. It was just pretty much composure, intent, aggression was the main words used in that changing room at half-time.
Well, it came out all guns blazing. You, tremendous performance, some scintillating breaks in the first half, as you said. Really desperate to get the hands on the ball, playing tremendously well. But be honest with me, could you watch when Sarah was lining up that 78th minute penalty?
I could watch just. It was like, I didn't know what was going to happen. In the past, we've missed them kind of before, and to know that it would take us like just over their score I was nervous, but I knew Sarah Law had it in her to get that kick, and I'm just so happy she got it.
Sorry, brilliant. One last thing, what's planned tonight?
I'm not sure yet. We'll see what happens.
Well, whatever you do, make sure you enjoy it, deserve it. Paso, congratulations to all the women. Fantastic performance, great result, and we look forward to supporting you against England in 2 weeks' time. Well done, Chloe. Brilliant. Well done. Excellent. Chloe Rowley there, player of the match. I'm now going to be joined by Brian Eason from BT Sport, Scottish Rugby Academy. Brian, we're going to look ahead to the under-20 Six Nations, but your thoughts on that? That's brilliant. That's great for Scottish Rugby.
It's a great result for Scottish Rugby. That's the first time that these girls have put in a performance like that and deservedly getting a win. So to see the pressure that must have been on the 78th minute to kick that goal was outstanding, and to see the reaction at the end, it's brilliant for Scottish Rugby. It's outstanding.
I mean, Chloe's never won. 7 years. I don't think there'll be many players on that side that just one played for Scotland. We've seen the improvement. You work with a lot of the girls as well. We know they're improving, but the result justifies that improvement to those who don't see the hard work they put in. It'll be tough going to England, of course it will be. They're a fully professional outfit, but I'm just so delighted for them and the strides for Shade Monroe and Peter Jurizovic and the coaching staff as well. They can take a lot of credit as well.
I think the coaching staff should take a lot of credit. I think the girls have put in an awful lot of work, but behind the scenes there's so much going on. You know, people like Shade and PJ that are working there, but obviously people like Chris Leck who are in the academy as well. The strength and conditioning that these guys are doing day in, day out with people like what Chris is brilliant, and you're seeing the fruits of that on the pitch, and to get that victory tonight, I'm sure they'll enjoy their evening.
I hope they do. We used to enjoy wins another day. I hope they enjoy it. I'm sure they will. But we're going to look ahead now to the under-20s match. Scotland have lost their opening 2 under-20s games. Obviously a narrow defeat here against Ireland, and then a heavier defeat over in Grenoble in the second round of fixtures. But there's improvement in under-20s as well. There's a few changes, and looking ahead to this game, what do you expect in the next hour and a half or so?
Well, I think you're right. The first 2 games were disappointing, I think, in terms of the defeats. It was an unfortunate defeat against Ireland and then a tougher defeat in France. But you look at France, even the last 10 minutes, it was 15-8. It was a tight game. It was the forwards tired. They do an awful lot of work. These forwards, they work very hard, and I think the last 10 minutes kind of put paid to that. They've picked a different kind of side tonight. They've picked a 10-12 who both distribute. So Conor Eastgate's moved from 10 to 12, and Josh Henderson's back at 10. So I think you'll see them distributing a little bit more. But tonight, the weather's not the best. It'll be difficult, but I think it'll suit Scotland rather than it'll suit Wales, to be honest.
Yeah, the weather, it was really wet before the women's game, wet through the game. It dried off a little bit for the end, but the rain's back on now. And 1 or 2 changes up front as well. Change in the front row, Fergus Bradbury coming in, Hamish Bain coming into the second row. So big ball carriers. Players that Sean Lanine and the coaching staff will look to make a physical impact early on in the game today.
Yeah, I think so, and I think Fergus is a big scrummager. But these changes have been made to strengthen the forwards. I think the forwards have played very well. I think they've scrummaged well. Their line-out drives have been excellent, and I think they've taken a lot from that. I think we'll see a lot of line-out drives tonight, but then they'll use the back 3 maybe on some breakout plays. Hamish Bain is a big man. He's good in the line-out. He carries the ball hard. But interestingly, they've moved Alex Craig from the second row to the back row. So that gives them a little bit more bulk in the back row as well. So big set of forwards with a 10-12 who distribute, and Charlie Shield coming in at 9 as well. So there's a few changes, but players who have been involved, I think there's only 2 players who have never started. I think Hamish Bain's one who's never started, as is Fergus Bradbury. So they're the only 2 that have never started at this level.
Yeah, changes at half back. So obviously Josh Henderson was selected to play against France but fell ill. Conor Eastgate came in, usually plays at standoff. and he deputised well. But Josh Henderson played well in the opening fixture here against Ireland and comes back into the field into the 10 position. And you've noticed the change in the midfield. Conor Eastgate is a big physical player, but he's a distributor. And if we're wanting to get Darcy Graham and Ross McCann and the players out wide into the ball, it's a sensible decision by Sean Lyneen, isn't it, to get more passes on the field?
I think it is, and they're two good passes. 10-12, to have distributing 10-12, they can get the other players in the game. Craig Pringle at 13, however, is a direct player, so they've got a bit of balance in there. I think they've got more balance now. Craig Pringle will carry hard, but then you'll see the likes of Darcy Graham coming in the line a lot. Stafford McDowell's a big man as well, so they have got a lot, although Ross McCann and Darcy are not the biggest wingers in the world, Stafford McDowell's quite a big fullback, so they have got a little bit of balance in there, and it'll be nice to see them playing a little bit wider tonight, albeit it is difficult. I still see them kicking in their own half. I still think they'll look for territory, but when they're down a little bit further down the field, I think you maybe see them playing a little bit wider.
You mentioned that weather. It must be wet. We're actually getting wet in the stand. It's getting fairly miserable here. A word on the Welsh. They always an aggressive team at age, always an aggressive team at any level. Very physical, especially age grade level. 4 changes for them.
Yeah.
Have you seen them play much this year in their open 2 rounds?
I have.
What threat do they pose?
I have watched them, and they're actually they'll play a little bit. They'll not play. I think tonight will suit us a little bit more than it will suit the Welsh. They have got big ball carriers as well. They've got the guy Kieran Williams at 12, who's statistically their biggest ball carrier. They're number 1 as well. They're Lucius Croft. His name goes from me already. It'd be a Welsh name, but he carries pretty hard at 1. But they've also got their fullbacks back, who's been playing for Cardiff Blues. He's got Pro 12 experience, so they're a good side. But again, they've made 5 changes. They made 8 changes against England. So Jason Strange, their coach, they've gone for development this year. I know they're trying to develop as many players as they can, which is interesting to see. But 5 new starts against Scotland's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's good. We'll see what we bring. It's only a few minutes away from kick-off, and we're going to let you get up to the commentary box. I'm going to join Stuart McFarlane in the commentary box too, and we'll bring you as much in-depth commentary and analysis as we can. Before that, obviously, we're going to remind you of the competition we're running at Scottish Rugby TV. It's a great opportunity to win 2 tickets to Scotland's next home fixture at BT Murrayfield, the final game of the RBS Six Nations Championship, Scotland versus Italy on March 17th. To win those tickets, just simply go to the Scottish Rugby's Facebook page and post a comment. Tell us where you're watching from around the world and if you're enjoying the coverage. And tell us what you think of the first result here, the incredible result here of the Scotland women beating the Welsh women. So for now, I'm going to hand to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Stuart McFarlane.
Well, there's something of a party to atmosphere here at Broadwood Stadium this evening after a wonderful victory for Scotland's women over Wales women by 15 points to 14, and many of the spectators, having watched that enthralling 80 minutes, have stayed on, eagerly anticipating the next instalment this evening, the under-20s clash between Scotland and Wales. Out there on the pitch, the mascots with the Scottish Saltire, the St Andrew's Cross, either side of halfway, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the two teams. Pipe band is in position as well to play them on. And Scotland against Wales is a fixture that certainly does whet the appetite. Of course, Wales did beat the Italians before losing to England. Scotland here 3 weeks ago lost to Ireland by 20 points to 19. More recently were defeated over in France, but they'll certainly be looking for their first victory this evening. And the crowd, many of them having gone for a quick refreshment, are now returning to their seats for this second instalment. Of course, Sean Lyneen, no stranger to a Scotland-Wales fixture, the Scotland under-20s coach, 29 times capped for Scotland, and his first international back in 1989 was against the Welsh at Murrayfield, with Scotland winning that one. Scotland then have made 1 or 2 changes in terms of personnel. We'll go through those in just a second. Wales doing likewise as well. Plenty of representation from Cardiff Blues in the Wales selection this evening, with 8 of their starting 15 coming from the Blues. Let's have a look then at the Welsh side first of all, and I can tell you that they've got 3 debutants: Corey Baldwin, James Botham, of of course, grandson of Ian Botham and Aled Ward, all making their debuts at this level, with Corey Tarrant at hooker and Cameron Lewis, the outside centre, making their first start for the Welsh. A quick glance there on the screen at the Welsh starting 15 this evening. Scotland as well ringing the changes. Ross McCann is promoted from the bench to start on the wing, and a straight swap for Robbie Nairn. There, though, is that Welsh team we were talking about there. So Aled Ward of Cardiff Blues in at number 8. A first start as well for James Botham in that back row. Corey Baldwin also coming in on the right wing, the Scarlets player. And those are debutant caps, but first starts for Cameron Lewis and for Corey Tarrant, the hooker. And Wales certainly will be hoping that they can land a second victory and a blow against the Scots this evening. They've travelled well in numbers, and their coaching staff watching on with interest. Jason Strange's team certainly looking for the upper hand this evening, and as you can see is a very wet Cumbernauld evening. The snow was cleared from the pitch this morning. There was plenty of it yesterday, and because of the surface, extra care was taken to ensure that when they did clear the pitch it was certainly not damaged. But here comes Scotland. Callum Hunter-Huttle then leading out the Scots. Wales also been led onto the pitch by their skipper Will Jones, and the crowd applaud the two teams as they walk through the flags of the Scottish Saltire St Andrew's Cross, making their way either side of halfway to prepare for the national anthems. And this is certainly an occasion that will have the hair standing on the backs of the necks of the players. There is Sean Lanine chewing away furiously already. Of course, Sean scored 2 tries in his 29 internationals with Scotland, but fondly remembers that day back in 1989 when he won his first cap, just a year after coming over to play for Boroughmuir. But here now is the Welsh national anthem. Belted out by the Welsh contingent players and supporters. Stirring stuff then, the two national anthems, the crowd joining in, and that really does set the scene and set the tone for what is sure to be a very exciting and enthralling 80 minutes. And I'm pleased to say that after the excitement of the Scotland women's dramatic late victory over Wales women, Chris Patterson joins me in the commentary box to look ahead to this very important fixture, Chris, for both sides.
It is. Good evening, Stuart. We've made it up the stairs. We've managed to calm down a little bit since the dramatic end to that women's fixture. But this is a big game for Scotland under-20s. They're quite a young team in their under-20s development. I thought they played pretty well here against Ireland 3 weeks ago. They'll be more disappointed with the performance over in France, but it was a lot of, the damage was done late on, as Brian Easton mentioned, in the build-up to the game. A few changes in the Scotland side as well, but I just wonder how much this weather will affect the game. It really is miserable out there. You saw it during the anthems, the rain lashing down. There's a swirling wind as well, but these are the things you have to cope with, you have to deal with. They'll train in these conditions, and the guys will look forward to performing in these conditions as well.
And certainly it's a very, very wet pitch indeed. There's a glimpse of a referee, Tony Sharba, from the French Rugby Federation, and he will just get the nod from his two assistant referees that we are good to get this game underway. Wales will have the kick-off, and as Chris was saying, it's a thoroughly miserable evening in terms of the conditions out there. A chilly late February night as Wales then get us underway. Ben Jones with the clearance kick there, the kick-off into the Scotland 22. Returned with some interest, like a goalkeeper's punt downfield, gathered up there by Aled Ward and carried by the 15. Preen Williams, great break here from Williams, driving over the 10-metre line. His scrum half, Dean Blackett, in position to continue the forward momentum up towards that 22. Wales looking for quick recycle ball, try and take it down that right-hand side, the blind side. Corey Baldwin just couldn't gather the ball in. It was a double knock-on, but I think the Scots perhaps got hands to it first, and Wales immediately showing their threat.
Well, look at this, this is the threat. This is the lad who's played in the Guinness Pro 12 for Cardiff Blues, Ruan Williams, just returning into the side. A last year's Grand Slam winner as well with the Welsh under-20s, and you can see the threat he poses. Wonderful ball carrier, dynamic at the line. It was a good kick by Charlie Shield, but the kick chase has to be in its meta because he is a dangerous runner. First chance to see the scrum as well. See how Fraser Rownick and Fergus Bradbury just on the corner of your screen making his first start for Scotland under 20 level.
So an opportunity for Wales with this set play. Dean Blacker then, their scrum half, just gets the pat from the referee and the nod to feed the ball into the scrum. Wales looking to break. Oh, it's the scrum half himself going on an angled run here. Nice little one-handed offload, but it's spilled there by James Botham, and Scotland are able to gather and just mop up the potential damage there. But again, the scrum half, we've seen many down the years, Welsh and Scots alike, when there's half an opportunity that they're happy to back themselves.
Well, they did. Dane Blackett, the ball popped out the scrum there as there was a lot of pressure actually coming from Fergus Bradbury. Did well in the scrum, and Blacker trying to keep the ball alive, feeding it inside to Botham, who was well covered. They knocked on anyway, but it's quite similar to Rhys Webb, isn't it? Right away, and Gareth Davis, both nines for Wales tomorrow. They've maybe shaped his future a little bit because he looks like those attacking players that the Welsh provide as scrum half.
Charlie Shield then will take on the responsibility of rolling the ball into this scrum. Scotland under a bit of pressure in these opening exchanges, hemmed inside their own 22, just in the far corner, as you can see, close towards their own 5-metre line. That's fed in. Blacker just nudges Charlie Shield out the way. Scotland are looking to try and cause some damage in that set play, and that's a little bit better this time around. And it's all important, Chris, in these early stages to win these little battles, to try and get the upper hand in set play, particularly when you're under pressure.
Well, even more so in conditions as they are tonight as well, and close to your own line early in the game. Set your stall. That was a really good scrum by the Scotland under-20s. It was rock solid. Wales tried to get a secondary push here. It really was solid. It wasn't going to happen. As a secondary push comes, it's because Wales step round the corner. There they go, not driving straight, and quite rightly, Scotland win the first penalty.
We mentioned just in build-up, Ross McCann is promoted from the bench and starts on the wing as a straight swap with Robbie Nairn. Josh Henderson, who was named to start against France but had to drop out of the matchday squad due to illness. He's wearing the number 10 jersey this evening, and in the forward pack, prop Fergus Bradbury and lock Hamish Bain make their first starts, as Wales again looking to threaten over that 10 metre line. It comes to the left hand side and a break is on here for Wales. Codbert was just caught short of that 5 metre line. Recycled quickly through the hands, carried forward this time by Don Brandt in the second row for Wales, playing in more centre field, still on that Scotland 5 metre line. Wales looking for quick recycle ball if they can get it. Blacker again, just feeding it to his right hand side, and the big Welsh forwards are there in a line. It's a group of Welsh forwards pressing inside those final 5 metres. Again, the scrum half with the pass wasn't gathered cleanly there by the outside centre Cameron Lewis, but he did enough just to grab the ball, tuck it into his chest and cross the line for, well, the referee has signalled he wants the help of the television official. But Chris, your take on that? That was a slick Welsh move.
It was, and I think it is a try. I think Cameron Lewis, the Welsh number 13, has gotten over. It's his first start for his country at this level. They're just double checking, going to have a look at the television replay to see what is. He spun the tackle. He didn't catch it cleanly, but I believe once he did catch it, he was in control, and he did reach the line and drove over. Here's a nice flat pass from Blacker right across to number 13, Lewis. And he has a juggle, but I believe he's under control of that, and that, I assume, will be a try. No doubt he's over the line. The tackle comes in from Josh Henderson, but that came from a break down the left-hand side in the wide channels for Wales. A few possessions recycled by the forwards, and referee Sharabat has awarded the try. It's first blood to Wales.
So they're outside centre, as Chris was saying, on his first start for the Wales under-20 side. Watches as his try has been converted, and Wales open up a 7-0 advantage inside the opening 5 minutes, and that's exactly what Wales and Jason Strange and his coaching staff would be looking for, making the journey here to the west of Scotland, just outside of, a few miles outside of Glasgow, as Scotland with the restart, looking for a response for to the east of Glasgow here on a wet evening in Cumbernauld, and Wales again showing great confidence now as they're building up just to their own 10 metre line. Some slick handling there. The Scots have got to be alert to the dangers posed by the Welsh as their forwards now try and take the ball on. Right in the midst of that was the try scorer Cameron Lewis, and the Scots are penalised.
Yeah, again, I think that's a fairly frustrating penalty. It will be for the Scottish coaches, because the Scottish lads had Wales under pressure. The initial break, I think, came from Cameron Lewis again, who caught the kickoff and popped on to one of the other Welsh backs, and then Scotland got their defence sorted. They were in a good position. It was slow ball for Wales, and the hand came in. I'm not sure who it was, but the hand came in. It's a frustrating penalty to give away. It gives Wales the opportunity to clear their lines and take us 10 metres into the Scotland half.
Well, they are across on that far side on that Scotland 10, and a chance for Corey Tarrant then. There he is with ball in hand, throwing in towards the back of the line, taken down again cleanly by Wales, looking to get some momentum on immediately. That was a good win there by their skipper Will Jones at the back of that line. But again, it's got a little bit untidy there as our French official just stops play, and Scotland have to retreat once more. And again, that was a clean ball won there by Will Jones, and then immediately Scotland seemed to be under pressure as well. Wales got themselves organised.
Yeah, it'd be good to see that one again. It was Luke Crosby who was penalised for coming in at the side of the maul, but it would be good to see it again. It looked to me as if he was part of the maul the whole time and then got himself through the middle, which is fine. But if he'd detached and then came in for a second bite of the cherry from the side, he'd quite likely penalised. But I thought he was part of the maul the whole time. Interesting decision by Ben Jones out half not to go for goal. It is a swirling wind. He's looking to apply more pressure. That first line out throw was excellent from the Welsh, and they'll be looking to do the same here and keep Scotland under pressure.
Corey Tarrant again going towards the back of the line. Another clean win by Wales, and it's the number 8 Aled Ward then taking it forward the right wing. Corey Baldwin gathers the ball up and has the simplest of tasks, finding a gap in the Scottish defence. 2 tries in the space of 2 minutes, and Wales are certainly enjoying the opening exchanges here in Cumbernauld. Again, from that set play,
Chris, you'd have to say that Wales taking something from the training ground and applying it to perfection when it really matters.
It was. And look at 14 here, Baldwin here, takes the ball in behind the inside centre, Kieran Williamson, and there's just a wonderful bit of footwork. Scotland are looking to get out too quickly in defence, but that is excellent attack from the Welsh right winger. Power and pace, able to put the footwork on Josh Henderson and get the inside. Watch it again, great throw towards the tail of the line out, so the Scottish defenders from the line out can't get into the defensive position, and then look at that by Baldwin inside Josh Henderson. The space was made because the throw was to the tail of the line out, but it's a fast start from the Welsh.
Wales then with all of the momentum as Scotland restart, and Wales are able to take it cleanly again with Aled Ward gathering the ball in and driving up just over that 22. Quick recycle ball by the scrum half, Dane Blacker, who's having a very influential start in the game. Then coming back to Williams at fullback. We've already seen in the opening exchanges how powerful a runner he is, but Wales then knock on under no real pressure there, knocking the ball forward, and Scotland suddenly have an opportunity, really for the first time in the match.
It is, and I think it's only right to mention what I've picked up so far with Wales. They want to play at a tempo. 2 or 3 key things they've done. They've taken the conversions really quickly. They missed their second one. They got both conversions, but they took it really quickly. As soon as the kick-off got received in both occasions, they've moved it, they've looked for an offload. It's terrible weather, but they're trying to play at a tempo, and that's something that Jason Strange wants his players to do, and they'll certainly do that. But maybe forced it a little bit there. It was a knock-on, and Scotland have their first attack in scrum. A great defensive scrum early on. Let's see if they can launch an attack from here.
This would be the perfect time then for Scotland to respond, having conceded 14 unanswered points inside the opening 8 minutes of this tie. Charlie Shield just going to the back of the scrum, but it is controlled there by Tom Dodd. Then it gets a little bit untidy as he tried to go down that blind side. Scotland though have an opportunity to recycle back infield. Better play here from the Scots as it's taken on there by Fraser Rennick of Hawick. Again, that's just lost as Charlie Shield made it a little bit obvious what he was trying to do there, and Wales was just trying to disrupt the momentum that Scotland were trying to build. A little bit of afters there as well as some of the players square up.
It's just another penalty, isn't it, from the Welsh? But we're joined by Brian Eason in commentary as well. He's taking notes furiously. He's looking at the set piece. He's looking at a bit of tactical analysis as Josh Henderson opts to kick a goal. Brian, what have you made of the first 10 minutes?
Been disappointing start from Scotland. They'll be disappointed mainly because of the indiscipline. They've given away a silly scrum penalty. They've given away a line-out penalty straight from scores as well. Because the Welsh have come out to start to play. They've really put in a little bit of pace in their game, and the Scots have struggled a little bit just to keep up to that pace. But if they keep their discipline, keep the ball, we'll get straight back into this game again.
I think Scotland had initially signalled they were going to go for the post there, but opted to go for the corner. Sean Muir, the Welsh lock forward, was the player penalised, and Scotland now, Fraser Rennick, a Hawick player of course, a couple of Hawick players in the side. We've not really had the chance to talk or see that much of Darcy Graham on the left wing for Scotland, but it's Rennick with the throw in now, and this is an interesting option here with Scotland. Look at the number of players in the line. Graham towards the front of that line as well, and Scotland now from this line-out ball, it's turnover ball. Wales are able to drive from close towards their own try line there. But it was interesting, Darcy Graham did appear in the front of that line. Scotland opting to go towards the back. Wales are able to clear downfield, and for the first time in the match, Scotland applying some pressure on this Welsh defence.
They are. Obviously they'll be frustrated with the line-out. Here it is. They're looking for a cheeky line-out, but Hamish Baines just beaten to the ball just in the front of the line out. Is it by both of them? The blindside flanker making his first start as well, getting his debut now. A famous face, a famous father, a famous grandfather. Sir Ian Botham's his granddad. Liam Botham, who played international rugby as well, his father. And there he is winning the line out ball, but it was Scotland's line out that was lost. Now the Welsh have lost the line out and been penalised.
So Wales then, just at this stage in the match, having a 14-0 lead. They'll be disappointed and somewhat frustrated that the rhythm has been disrupted in this way. But Brian, this essentially is an opportunity here for Scotland. We'll get the thoughts of Brian just on the response here. Scotland have had 2 or 3 minutes now deep inside the Wales 22, but they'll feel that they've got to capitalise on this pressure and positional play.
They do have to capitalise now. This will be the third line out. They've actually lost the first couple of line outs they've had, and it's been interesting. They've put Darcy Graham in the first one, but they've now gone for a 6+1 here. So they've got one of the forwards in there, and it looks like they'll have a drive here. But that's the third line out they've lost. So you're right, Stuart. They have to capitalise down in this bottom corner and do something with the ball.
Hamish Bain, just the Scotland lead jumper there, couldn't get clean hands on the ball. And again, Wales looking to scramble a defence here, put the Scots under a bit of pressure and turn it away again. The box kick comes in, angled towards that touchline, and is getting rather repetitive just at the moment as Wales again at pace. That was Ryan Codber up very, very quickly indeed, trying to prevent a very quick throw in. And Scotland, well, Sean Lanine still chewing away furiously. He's got plenty to think about at this stage, Chris.
He does. In the right area of the field, the Scottish lads are in the Welsh half, but here's another line. They've lost 3 already. They'll be looking to go for a simple call, an easy option, win possession and apply the pressure.
Better win this time by Hamish Bain in the line. Now Darcy Graham is able to carry the ball into contact, but is lost. And Wales are able now to retreat once again with that was an interesting kick there by Dane Blacker, opting to go with his right boot. That was rather untidy from the Scots under the high ball there. Standoff Josh Henderson couldn't gather that one in cleanly, and perhaps some sympathy for him given the conditions.
Yeah, it was. It was actually well read by Josh Henderson, because it came from a turnover and he's dropping back. The ball's just dropping in front of him, as I say, a wet and windy night. He'll be disappointed not to catch it, but he read the kick well from the scrum half, Dane Blacker. But it'll be Scotland's set piece that'll frustrate. Well, half of Scotland's set piece that'll be frustrating the coaches and the players. The scrum started well, but the line out has given Wales too many opportunities.
Just a quick word while there's a stoppage in play. Stafford McDowell, Ross McCann and Darcy Graham, 3 of the most exciting players when they've got space to run into in this Scotland starting 15. Ross McCann has had a wonderful season when he's turned out for Melrose, scored 2 tries in the opening grouping of league fixtures against Boroughmuir in a handsome win for Melrose that afternoon back at the start of the season. And more recently I watched Darcy Graham score twice in a Hoyk win against Glasgow Hawks. Great determination shown by these youngsters.
They're cracking players, both really, really exciting talents coming through, determined, hard working, excellent with the ball in hand. And you know, Scotland not biggest in stature, but Scotland will try and bring the players into the game as much as possible. But to do that, you need your solid set piece and you control of possession.
Blacker then into this Wales scrum. Again, they're trying to just get a bit of a drive on, but quickly through the hands. Good play initially by the standoff. Comes now across to that far side, and Williams again at fullback just stops, checks, goes inside, tackled well there by Ross McCann. Blacker again through the hands of Jones at standoff, running into a clutch of blue jerseys there. Callum Hunter-Hill was the initial line of defence, slowing up this Welsh attack. And the referee just puts whistle to mouth and just stops the Welsh momentum there. But again, quickly through the hands, looking very dangerous. The drive from Williams almost paying dividends there for Wales, but this time they're electing to go just on the edge of the 22 for the posts.
Yeah, it was another set piece move from the scrum this time. Obviously the second try came from a set piece move from a line out. This was an old fashioned move in many ways, but it was well run by the Welsh, and the Scottish defence was a tad narrow, and Welsh got Ruan Williams free again on that wide right hand side. The fullback, a very elusive runner. The penalty was conceded, and Jones is going to try and take his 3.
Ben Jones converted both tries so far. Wales with tries from Lewis and Baldwin, and it's got plenty of height on that, and it's accurate as well, extending the Welsh lead 17 points to 0. Remember, Wales so far this season in the competition have a win on the board against the Italians. They did lose to England, and Scotland here 3 weeks ago, agonisingly close to defeating the Irish. 2019 they lost in the end. Again, a high, deep restart. Wales have got plenty of players in the 22 and plenty of time as well just to clear. A touch finder, routine stuff there. Plucked out the air by Tom Dodd, but no immediate opportunity for him to throw in very quickly. And Wales, for the most part, in this tie, the scoreline, I think a fair reflection. Just a little bit of afters there perhaps from that clearance kick, but certainly the Welsh are dictating things at the moment.
They are. What's important for Scotland is to get this line out. The last one was a good throw by Fraser Rennick, and the one possession. They need to control possession, starting from their set piece, and build themselves into this game. They're falling behind quite quickly early on, 17 points in 17 minutes. They need the possession and to apply more pressure onto Wales.
Better line out win this time from the Scots, and they're just organising that drive. You can see the ball is just tucked in there under the arm of Luke Crosby, and they're driving now up over the 10-metre line. This is better play. Scotland suddenly got some momentum, closing in on the 22. Crosby tried to splinter and break away. Is up over that 22 now. Quick hands there from Shield out to the right hand side. The Scots trying to get themselves organised as well. In front of them is a red mobile roadblock, but that's taken in just at waist height there. A crunching tackle comes in on Connor Eastgate, and Scotland again will look just to feed the ball back through the hands of Shield onto Crosby once more. Central between that 10 and 22, just on the angle, taken on by Alex Craig. Recycled this time. Henderson with the scrum half pass is gathered in, and Scotland happy to take the ball into contact just now, but are desperately looking for pace and some opportunity to find a gap here. Perhaps the pass wasn't the best that Ross McCann has produced this season. Tom Dodd was stooping down very low, and it was a very swift ball as well for the number 8 to gather, and that move just breaking down there, and that'll be another disappointing phase for the Scotland coaching staff watching on to have to analyse, I guess.
Yeah, it's a disappointing end to what was a better phase. We said Scotland, we felt needed possession, had to impose themselves in the game after falling so far behind so early on, and they did that in that phase. The good drive from the line, a good splinter off from Luke Crosby. Went the same. We got a little bit narrow in attack at times there, but then it was good identification of the space up the short side, firstly by Josh Henderson, who fed Ross McCann, who looked dangerous, but unfortunately his pass wasn't up to the scratch required, and Dodd couldn't pick it up. This is a try again, the first try, a good flat pass of Blackett, and then Cameron Lewis juggled the ball, but he did have it under control, certainly reached the line and popped it down. That was opening try, and this is the second one, just for a piece of footwork by the right winger Baldwin. There you go, inside Josh Henderson, the back row and the tail line out, the defence on the tail line, it couldn't get out quickly enough because the ball was thrown to the tail. Disappointing tries to concede from Scotland's point of view, but good attack by Wales.
And really initially coming from routine set piece.
Well, the whole game's built on that. We keep saying how important the job up front is. The game's built on how you can control possession. I've said 90% or 99% of the time. And these guys, the Welsh forwards, as you can see there, there's a Boiler House as our second row, and their front row are powerful as well. They're setting the foundation. The Scottish scrum's been good, both on their own put in and the Welsh put in. But the line out, the first couple weren't quite up to scratch, but the Scottish lads seem to have improved that. But you're right, Stuart, the Welsh tempo's good, but their basics and their set piece is good as well.
Almost at the end of the opening quarter, and it's certainly been a rewarding quarter for Wales so far, leading by 17 points to 0. And there is Dane Blacker, their scrum half, who's been the architect of many moves in open play, but their set piece, as we've discussed, has been very solid and has produced the goods as well, with their outside centre Cameron Lewis and right wing Corey Baldwin scoring the tries. And there is evidence of the weather in the west of, well, the central belt of Scotland, really, to be fair. Had a real dump of snow during Wednesday into Thursday. This pitch was cleared earlier today. Just great care and attention given to this surface, this artificial surface as well, because with Clyde Football Club still got several Football League fixtures to play this season, and Scotland will be back here on the 17th of March to face the Italians. There's plenty play for this pitch as Wales breaking away at pace. A brilliant break now, and an opportunity here for their inside centre. Great work there by Kieran Williams, forced into touch. Exceptionally good break there by Williams, and a good crossfield tackle by Charlie Shield. But again, we've not seen Williams again in open space, gathering the ball in here, crunching his way through over the 10-metre line, accelerating over halfway, dropping the shoulder, and he was eventually caught here. It was a combination of players, the fullback Stafford McDowell with the final tackle after being directed to do so by Charlie Shield. More danger from Wales.
It is a pretty powerful arm. We just spent the last 2 or 3 minutes talking about their set piece and how effective that was, and their set piece scrum there allowed them to launch another cracking player Kieran Williams. Scotland were disappointed defensively there. They, it was a missed tackle, and Williams seemed to get a long way upfield before he got dragged down. But it was a good covering tackle by end by Stafford McDowell. But Scotland worked so hard to get some territory and some possession there, but within a few seconds of the scrum, they're right back 5 metres from their own line.
At this level, how important is it that we touched on this at the start of the match, 8 of the starting 15 players in the red of Wales this evening are from Cardiff Blues? That's bound to have some effect on the cohesion and the organisation within the side.
It does, undoubtedly. And you get to, the reason why is you get to know each other's games, so you know who's likely to offload, who's likely to carry the ball in his right hand or left hand, and that can then adjust you can then adjust your support line, and you get a familiarity. But also, if from a good culture or a winning culture, that can rub off on the other players in the squad as well. So understanding each other's play is one thing, but the mental and the psychological aspect of being in and around players who you know and respect is powerful as well. Lewis, you see limping there on the screen. He's getting I'm not sure how long he'll be able to continue. He looks to be carrying his ankle. He got a long bit of treatment.
He's certainly making his way across to the Wales technical area, and he would be a blow at this stage if they were to lose the services of Cameron Lewis, already a try scorer in the match. He's been replaced by number 23, and Philip Jones is making his way onto the pitch. There he is on the screen. Big, tall, powerful runner as well. So almost a like-for-like change in terms of the physique and the skill sets that these Wales players at this level have got within their locker. But we'll just see if Wales do look to just rejuggle the pack a little bit. I can also see Robbie Nairn is coming on in place of Ross McCann. McCann then coming off after a quarter of the match gone. Robbie Nairn, of course, Ross McCann was promoted from the bench to start this game in a straight swap with Robbie Nairn, so we're always expecting Nairn to feature at some point.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience at this level. Robbie Nairn, big physical player, and he'll be looking to get his hands in the ball as well.
From this line out then, Wales this time have adjudged to have been penalised by a French referee. Taking charge of this game in Cumbernauld this evening. The rain has eased off a little bit, much to the delight, I'm sure, of the spectators and the players as well, but plenty of rain and some snow, of course, having fallen on the surface over the last couple of days, making it somewhat treacherous as Scotland play a touch finder just outside their 22. Still looking for their first points in this match, having conceded 2 early scores, both tries coming in inside the opening 10 minutes, and that has really set the tone for the opening exchanges of this game. But Fraser Rennick now, the Hoyk hooker, in possession of the ball. This is an important line-out for Scotland here. Their line-outs of late have been that little bit better. They've managed to organise themselves again, and it was a good clean win this time by the skipper, Callum Hunter-Hill. In position as well as Charlie Shield, under a bit of pressure, places the box kick in just on the edge of that 22. Is gathered there though by Williams at fullback, and a quick offload, and immediately the Welsh replacement there, Phil Jones, is off and running. Quickly recycled again through the hands of standoff. Good pass there by Ben Jones. The momentum comes in as Bryn Williams again, the fullback, comes in just on the left wing position. Is gathered, and Wales go once more just over that Scotland 10 metre line, but forced back just slightly. Comes back quickly through the hands. Good gathered ball in there by Sean Muir, and Moore again recycled in by Aled Ward, carried forward just beyond that 10, homing in on the 22. Blacker back in field, quickly through the hands of Jones. Swift play as well, tried to be gathered in there by Phil Jones. Has just come off the bench there. Scotland come away with the ball, but the referee has put whistle to mouth and just stops that phase of play. But again, an illustration of the dangers of the Welsh power as runners, but for the most part their handling in this surface has been pretty good as well.
They're looking dangerous, aren't they? I think that's a penalty for a high tackle coming in on the, I think it was a Welsh replacement, Philip Jones. Better one or two, bring Brian Easton back in as Wales up to kick a goal. Better line-outs, Brian. Scotland seem to have fixed the problem they're throwing at the front of the line-out, which is easier to defend in some ways for Wales, but it's given the players, as we see that high tackle again, just from Josh Henderson, and then the ball spilled forward by Philip Jones has given the guys a bit more possession, certainly at the front line, but the defence will be something that's maybe a concern for Scotland.
Yeah, a little bit. I think, back to the first point, we've won the last 3 line-outs we've put in. Thrown to the front, you're right, you know, the Welsh have kind of looked at our line-out, we've thrown it to the front, we've been pretty good, and we've got a little bit of ball back. When we have had ball, we've not kept it long enough, but then when the Welsh have had ball, we're just missing too many tackles. We're dropping off far too many one-to-one tackles as well. The other thing is, when we're down in the bottom end of our pitch as well, Chris, is we're kicking, but our kick chase is not probably as organised as it could be, and because of that, their back 3 look very strong, and we really need to be working on that kick chase. So our line-out's better, but we really need to work on our individual tackle technique and our kick chase.
First mistake there by Ben Jones of Cardiff Blues there, just missing the uprights with that penalty goal. So it remains 17 points to 0, but the threat is still very much there as Scotland looking to get themselves organised and trying to get another foothold into this game. Driving run there by Dombrandt in the second row. The big Welsh number 5 look forward, again through the hands of Jones very quickly, trying to get the backs involved. Better defensive play here from Scotland. Rennick under a bit of pressure, still he has it though. Nice little one-handed offload, and Scotland building now. Their fullback McDowell just gathers up short of halfway, tried to keep the momentum going there, a double knock on, but Scotland trying to show that they too have that handling skills to be able to deal with conditions such as they are this evening here at Broadwood Stadium, and this time the double knock on going the way of the Scots.
Yeah, for all Wales are trying to play, they have conceded 2 or 3 turnovers. This was well tidied up by Luke Crosby, and there was 1 or 2 excellent offloads from Scotland that freed Stafford McDowell a little bit of space. But then it becomes about the decision. If you haven't had a lot of possession and you don't have a foothold in the game, if the offload's not on, don't give it. You know, respect possession, as Brian just said. Try and look after possession. The ambition to play is excellent, but there still has to be a clarity in decision making. But you're never going to stop players wanting to play, especially on an advantage, and because the first knock-on came from the Welsh, Scotland have a scrum in the centre field with some good attacking opportunities here.
And that last close-up suggesting that the rain has not eased as much as we perhaps thought in the commentary box. Still a wet night here in Cumbernauld. Scotland trying to get themselves organised with this scrum, putting Wales under a bit of pressure. Immediately Wales, the forwards, congratulating themselves, doing exactly what they were intending to do there, disrupting the Scotland set play, and immediately that hands the advantage back to Wales inside Scotland territory.
Yeah, initially I think Scotland did well when the ball put in. They didn't strike for the ball, but then they almost looked as if they're going to lose it, and then that secondary surge from Scotland won them the ball back. You see, it's almost a delay there. The ball's caught in the channel, and then they went forward, but stepped round as the pressure came on, and it was a similar penalty that went for Scotland in the first 10 minutes has now gone against them.
Wales then, there's hooker this evening is Corey Tarrant, throwing again towards the front of the line. Scotland making a better fist of that one, getting solid hands on the ball, and they've won possession, but they're forced back inside the 22. They've got the advantage with a Wales knock on, and Scotland now driving outside the 22. This better play here if they can get men up, get the ball released, and away they go now. Scotland down this left hand channel, better opportunity here. Robbie Nairn tries to tank up towards that 22, and he's caught just in touch. He slams his hands down on the turf there because he had some green open plain to run into. He's been on the pitch just a couple of minutes, but that was better play. Scotland shipping it wide very quickly, and Robbie Nairn, when he was presented with this opportunity, you see he could look inside, tried to measure the tackle as it was coming in, but he was forced into touch there. But that's a little bit more threatening from Scotland.
Excellent from Tom Dodd, identifying the space up the short side and then delivering the pass at precisely the right moment. But Robbie Nairn will be disappointed. He's got to fight to stay in the field and step back inside against the cover and tackle of Philip Jones.
Wales then on the edge of their 22, suddenly under a little bit of pressure, but leading by 17 points to 0. The box kick comes in once again. This should be pretty routine for Scotland and for Robbie Nairn as he gathers that on halfway, takes the ball into Wales territory once more, through the hands quickly of Shiel, taken on by Fraser Rennick, who runs into the red jersey. Shiel once again on to Henderson. Henderson with a little sort of pitching wedge chip shot, but is gathered in there, and Wales come once more. And their replacement, their number 23, Philip Jones, has had quite an impact himself since coming off the bench. Both the 23s heavily involved so far. That kick from Henderson is charged down though. Comes off his forehead there. Scotland rather untidy but gather eventually under a bit of pressure here. Wales got the forward momentum, but Scotland looking just to shore things up defensively. Approaching half an hour played here at Broadwood Stadium. And Scotland, well, they've certainly got their work cut out, and when little occasions like that creep into the game, when the bounce of the ball doesn't necessarily favour the Scottish players, it just adds to the difficulties that they have at the moment.
It does. The first kick from Josh Henderson wasn't an excellent execution. It wasn't the best of execution. It was well tidied up by Philip Jones and put Wales in attack again. But it wasn't a bad option. There was space there, an attacking type kick. The execution just wasn't quite there. And then thereafter, it was all a bit frantic, wasn't it? Wales are putting the kickers under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of kick pressure. They're putting the breakdown under a lot of pressure, and they're forcing mistakes from Scotland, resulting in another centre field scrum. This will be a dangerous scrum to defend for Scotland. Centre field, some elusive runners in behind the scrum from Welsh. We'll see which way they decide to go.
Dane Blacker then already feeding the ball into the scrum, watching on as it's controlled. He just taps the ball forward there, but Scotland penalised, and Wales, well, they thought about the quick tap and go there, but just settling things down once more. Scotland, another infringement, another penalty conceded, and Wales got a quick opportunity for Ben Jones to have a glug of water there before handing the bottle on to Corey Baldwin, one of the Wales try scorers. Again, Wales just showing that they have had the upper hand in most of the set piece play, particularly in the scrummage of late. And here's an opportunity, another penalty goal attempt for Ben Jones. Missed his last one, this a little bit closer to the posts.
It's an important kick for Ben Jones. He started the game particularly well. I like the tempo he's bringing to the game. He missed his kick, as you quite rightly say, Stuart, just his previous kick. It was from a little bit further out. He struck it well, but it's an important kick for him personally to get back into the habit.
Here he goes then. It is from a similar position, I think just a fraction closer to the last one. Left footed, nice crisp clean strike of the ball, plenty elevation on it as well, and a further 3 points for Wales, who stretched their advantage to 20 points to 0. And we've played almost half an hour of the first half here, and Welsh supporters certainly up in numbers. Many of them will be heading back through to Edinburgh to BT Murrayfield for tomorrow afternoon's match, and I'm sure if things stay as they are, Wales, well, the supporters will be very pleased with the offering of their under-20s this evening. Under the high ball from that restart kick, Wales win possession once again. That was good work there by Sean Moore to win that. Comes back, opportunity for it to be cleared downfield again. The box kick, the kick and chase gathered in there. Now an opportunity here for Darcy Graham, but there's no space to run into the Hoyt man. Quickly back infield, Scotland looking to try and get it wide through the hands of Eastgate. Carried forward by Tom Dodd, driving on up towards that 10-metre line, goes into contact but places the ball back, and Shields in position. Scotland recycling, better play here as Craig this time takes it into contact. Good block tackle by Sean Moore. Scotland going in once again, this time Hamish Bain in possession. Through the hands of the half-backs, Rennick just over halfway, but no momentum for him to run into as he's tackled there by his opposite number. Up to put boot to ball. It bounces just on the edge of that 22, and again Wales are able to clear downfield and ease the pressure. Quick throw in from the Scots, and an opportunity now in open play to get it back up towards halfway. Stafford McDowell is tackled just inside Wales territory. Scotland again looking to ship the ball out wide. Shield under a bit of pressure, just a little stab right-footed kick back into Scotland hands though, carried forward by the lock forwards, and Shield finds himself again with an opportunity to play it quickly through the hands, carried this time by, I think that's Alex Craig in there. He's eventually tackled. Shield in behind him again. Scotland with plenty of phases here, but need to be more dangerous, get it further downfield. Henderson with that crossfield kick, but again plenty elevation underneath it though is Ben Jones. Nice little offload and an opportunity here for Philip Jones. Driving run here, the scrum half takes it on, and suddenly the inside centre, Kieran Williams, is going to be in for a try. It's another try for Wales. It's Kieran Williams, the inside centre this time. The outside centre and right wing have already scored tries for the visitors in this first half. But again, that was a case of Wales accelerating at times. The correct time under the high ball here. We'll bring Chris Patterson in.
That's
initially
excellent.
very good work there for the standoff.
Yeah, it's excellent. Again, Ben Jones taking up a good position in the backfield, catching well. He almost dummied the kick, didn't he? But he knew exactly what he was doing. He was challenging that space in the inside. Great support by Philip Jones. And then it was Kieran Williams who finished off. He had a lot to do from 45 metres out, but he had the gas to get there and a big smile as well on his face. He'll be delighted with that, as will the coaching staff. Jason Strange there, second from your right. He will be delighted with the start to this game. 25 unanswered points in the opening 33 minutes. It was a kick chase again that will disappoint Scotland, but it was an excellent attack by the Welsh.
Certainly showing some creativity, the simplicity of their build-up play as well. As Ben Jones makes no mistake and adds a further 2 points. More salt in the wounds of the Scots in this first half. It's been a damaging one.
Here's Jones dummying Stewart and then stepping inside. There's Phillips, who has made a massive impact off the bench. And then the scrum half, Blacker, deciding to go to argue with the guy with more pace on his outside, Kieran Williams. He did have, I think it was Sean Moore on the inside, but he went on the outside to that man who scored his first try of the evening and the Welsh third.
They came out a confident side, and they're certainly, the confidence is building all the time in this first half. 6 minutes until the interval, and Scotland will be desperately hoping for something before half time, something to build on, a foothold in the match. See, Scotland have made a change as well. George Thornton is on, and Chris, that'll be interesting to see what he can do in the closing stages of this half. What do you make of that substitution?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. George Thornton he started the first 2 games. He played last year as well, very experienced. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. He won't be overall by at all. It's a good start to his campaign, and he'll hope that it continues here.
Fergus Bradbury off for Thornton, and Scotland just on the charge, on the edge of that halfway line once again. Carried infield by the Scots, trying to look a bit more dangerous with the build-up play. Quick hands, but again, putting boot to ball, putting a lot of weight on that kick. Is the bounce going to favour Scotland? On this occasion it does indeed. There's a glimpse of Conor Eastgate.
He's got a big left foot, Conor Eastgate, and they move it well. You see, just inside his own half, opts to put boot to ball. It's an excellent kick and a good result. That's an example of a good kick. Wales are so potent, they have so much threat in the back three, so if you kick and kick poorly, as we saw from the last try, they can really, really exploit any weaknesses in defence. But that was a much better kick from Scotland, and it gives you an opportunity to put pressure on the Welsh throw-in.
Tarrant in with the throw, and now it's stolen. The tight head prop, Scotland now very close to the line. Adam Nicholl slowed up 2 metres short of the try line. Can Scotland now capitalise on a slack bit of Welsh play from the set piece that has been so reliable so far in the first half? Shield taking the ball on. Scottish forwards now in a line, forced backwards though. Shield in possession again. Scotland will be able to go once more, but this time they're 5 metres from the line. Again, this is very much with the power of the forwards are going to dictate the outcome, you would imagine, unless Shield can ship it wide. But again, head down, burrowing towards the line. Shield back inside. Henderson with the pass. Suddenly Dodd is able to spin and turn. Is Dodd over the try line? I think he's planted the ball down practically on the line. But a much better finish there from Scotland. Suddenly they looked threatening. They had 3 or 4 phases cutting it back to that right hand side. But their number 8, Tom Dodd, in the right place at the right time.
It was an excellent decision to sweep down the short side. We've seen this be profitable so far in the first half. Would have found attacking space on the edge, and Tom Dodd as well to finish off a try. There it is. Charlie Shield knows that Josh Henderson's flooded down the left with Conor Eastgate and Craig Pringle, but then it's Tom Dodd who has the power to barge off Williams, drive over, keep his composure and score. Scotland needed that try, an important time to score just before half time as well. That's where the space is for Scotland. They've played a little bit narrow in the opening 35 minutes or so, but the quick hit and then backed in the short side has brought Scotland their first try.
Yes, and it gives them a foothold in the game now, as we'll watch Josh Henderson then from the angle, just on that 5 channel, and that one is well wide of the uprights. A pretty accomplished kicker, but not one of his best attempts there. But there is a glimpse of a try scorer for Scotland, responding after Wales have been very dominant in this first half. When you look at Kieran Williams, Cameron Lewis, Connor Baldwin, all with tries. The backs have been very dangerous, very threatening, and Wales, with this restart here in the closing stages, Ben Jones hoists a really high one just on the edge of that Scotland 22. This time it's won by Connor Eastgate, tucks it in, he's able to run just outside of his 22. Shield, quick ball, and Scotland will play for field position here. Henderson with a flatter kick this time down the heart of the field, and suddenly Wales have a chance through Philip Jones. What a replacement he's been, but he's lost it this time. Shield with a little stab kick. A kick and chase here. Wales have got 2 players in front of the Scottish attack, but they're going to be under a bit of pressure here, and they're forced to run it out just a fraction short of their own try line.
Another good decision to kick, isn't it, by Charlie Shield, this time from the turnover. Jones tried to counter-attack, the ball was turned over, and because the fullback tried to counter-attack, the space was in behind. Well noticed, really quick thinking by Charlie Shield, and the kick was excellently chased by Darcy Graham, forcing Wales to take the ball into touch just 5 metres from their own line.
Fraser Rennick then, an important throw in here, the Scottish hooker going towards the back of the line, won well by Alex Craig. Now the charge is on here for Scotland. They're piling the bodies in there, and they've got control of the ball. I think it's Rennick that it's under its left arm. Rennick going for the line, and Rennick's over, and Scotland have a second try. 2 tries in the space of a couple of minutes there. Fraser Rennick taking the congratulations of his teammates. And suddenly Scotland have come alive in the closing stages of the first half. And suddenly they're finding gaps in a Welsh defence. Wales are beginning to creak after a very, very positive 35-minute start from them. But a line out this time working very well from a Scottish point of view.
We'll contrast that to the opening 15 minutes of the game where the line out was causing problems. Credit to the players who've fixed it, and they've got the reward with an excellent driving try from Fraser Rennick just before half-time. They kicked at the right time, they chased hard and got the reward from an excellent execution from the throw from that man, and then the try as well. Connor Eastgate is now going to attempt a conversion, a left footer from the right hand side of the field, but that's great news for Scotland to hit back 2 late tries to bring them right back into this game.
Eastgate close to the 15 channel, so not quite as an acute an angle as the earlier kick, and that doesn't look too bad from here. It's good. The applause from the home support. Scotland then have 12 points on the board, 27-12. They're eating away at this Welsh lead, and Wales have dominated for long periods in this first half, but Scotland suddenly, with that foothold coming from the Tom Dodd try, 2 tries close towards half time, and Sean Lanine and his coaching staff, will that may alter things slightly. Their team talk at the interval, as Ben Jones again, plenty of height on that kick-off, and Scotland just stabbing that one into touch as their French official blows for half time, and the players very quickly making their way back into the changing rooms. An enthralling first half in many ways, with Wales scoring 3 tries early on. Initially Cameron Lewis, then Corey Baldwin, the right winger, outside centre and right wing with tries. 2 tries for Wales in the opening 7 minutes. A third almost on the half hour. Kieran Williams finding space. That was of the 3 tries, it was certainly the most pleasing on the eye from a Welsh point of view. And Wales were just disappearing out of sight. But the Scots were able to respond, with Tom Dodd scoring 4 minutes before the break and almost on the stroke of half time. Scotland's hooker Fraser Rennick with their second try in the first half. This time it was converted by Connor Eastgate, and that gives us a half-time score of Scotland 12, Wales 27.
I'm only human, can't you see? I made a mistake. Please just look me in my face. Tell me everything's okay, 'cause I got it. Ooh, never be like you.
This is Tartan Touch, a fun, simple way to get fit, make new friends and enjoy playing rugby.
There are 20 Tartan Touch hubs across Scotland. Simply find an event in your area that works around your schedule and come along.
I've never played rugby before. It's been brilliant. I've come down today, really enjoyed myself, got stuck in and had a great time.
There are only 8 simple rules, so you'll be playing in no time. Teams are mixed and for all levels and abilities.
Playing with people older than me has helped me develop my skills. I've improved quickly.
Rugby is a fantastic way to get fit. The more you play, the more your skills will improve and you'll get fitter with every game.
I play rugby at school, but probably not as much as I'd like to, so that's why I've joined Tartan Touch. It gives the opportunity to do it of an evening at the weekends.
It's all about bringing people together to the best game in the world. Find out more and sign up at tartantouch.org.
Tartan Touch, a game for everyone!
Well, welcome back to Broadwood Stadium, Cumbernauld. The second fixture bringing you live on Scottish Rugby TV. And in the opening 40 minutes, it was a bit varied, Brian. I think the Welsh came out, they really came out the traps. It was launched an early 27-0 lead, but Scotland with 2 late tries towards the end of that first half got themselves back into the game. The half-time score is Scotland 12, Wales 27. I think the first place we start is the start and how quick Wales came out the block. They looked terribly dangerous, didn't they?
They look really dangerous. They've got a very, very dangerous back division. I thought the 9 and 10 were outstanding. They run the game very well, but their scrum half looks really sharp round the edge, and they've got a really, really sharp back 3. They came out the traps, and that's the way they started for the next 20-25 minutes. Scotland struggled a little bit with their set piece, and because of that allowed Wales just to get a foothold in the game, and then as you say, Chris, to go into 27-0 ahead.
Why do you think the struggles at the set piece? I mean, the scrum was okay to start. It was mainly the line out, wasn't it? But we saw towards the end of the first half, the players have fixed that, haven't they? They went to the front of the line to make it simpler, and then scored a try late on. So credit to the players. But what do you think the problem was in the opening 4 or 5 lines?
I don't know what it was. I mean, because they've done throughout the season, they've been very good through the season. Eddie Pollock's been very pleased with the way the line has gone. Their catch and drive stuff's been good. Wales has obviously done a little bit of homework because that's been Scotland's strength, and I think they'll have realised that Scotland have gone and done that. They were getting beaten at the front. You know, Hamish got beaten once at the front just by speed, so they changed that. They've obviously changed it up again, and then to score at the end. The try that they got was carbon copy of the try they got against France last week. You know, Fraser Rennick thrown in, coming to the back, catch and drive, and he scored. So, you know, fair play to the players for fixing it, coming back into it, but they've got to cut out the errors that they had in the first half.
Well, that was the last try of the half, Fraser Rennick's try from the driving line. There was 3 Welsh tries before that. The first one was Cameron Lewis. It was a cracking line the outside centre took off the scrum half as well. Juggled a little bit, went to TMO, but was awarded. That was quickly converted. It was followed by a Corey Baldwin try. And look at that one. It was a set piece move from the line out, and the right winger came in and he cut clean through the Scottish defence. Yeah,
the winger, it was a good break, a simple play from the line out. It's an easy play, and I think, as I say, the backs have looked sharp. We pulled the attack down Josh Henderson's channel a couple of times. I think we got stuck at the back of the line, and Josh was quite a little bit wider, and the winger noticed it and stepped inside him. You know, we struggled with that, but I think the Welsh set plays have been good. They've attacked well off set piece, so we really need to tighten up our defence in that as well.
Yeah, that was followed by, it was 14-0. It was followed by 2 penalties by Jones. Jones also missed a penalty, but he has played well at standoff for Wales tonight. And then Kieran Williams scored a counter-attack try, and that was classic Welsh counter-attack try, wasn't it? It was a relatively loose kick, but one of the things that we think Scotland may need to improve is their kick chase. Couldn't have done much about that. It was a cracking try, but their kick chase could be stronger in the first half, you think?
Yeah, the kicking game's not been brilliant. You know, we've missed a couple of kicks. Technically, we've been good. There's been not so good. Decisions have been right to kick, but technically, it's not been quite right. The Welsh back 3, along with Kieran Williams, I've been really impressed with their 12. We cannot afford to give any loose kicks against them. We then fixed it, with them come back into the game again, and I think we've just got to say, right, let's start again. You know, it was saying that you coming down the stairs there, it was 37-3 to Wales, 37 minutes to Wales and 3 to Scotland, but it's 27-10, it's only 17 points. So, you know, let's cut out the missed tackles, get a better kick chase, and it looks like we've sorted the set piece.
It's really important. If you're sitting in changing rooms at 27-0 down, you're staring down the barrel, you really are. But credit to the players. We've already spoken about Fraser Rennick's try just towards the end of the first half. Just before that, Tom Dodd got Scotland's first try, and there was a change in approach to the attack. It was a little bit wider, and then they came back down the short side, a good short side attack, and Tom Dodd deservedly got his try.
Yeah, Tom Dodd's looked good. He made a good decision earlier on as well to put Robbie Nairn away up the short side. He makes a good decision, a good strong guy. When Scotland have played a little bit wider on the edge, we've done it 3 or 4 times, we've put Wales under a little bit of pressure. That try Tom Dodd scored there was we went 2 or 3 hits and then we came back the short side. Good wide pass by Josh Henderson to put Tom Dodd away. So yes, we said earlier on it's going to be a horrible night to play. But Scotland, when they put a little bit more width on the play, attack the Welsh edges, look that little bit more dangerous.
Well, we reiterate the score. It's 27-12 to Wales at half-time. Wales came out with a cracking tempo, played some wonderful stuff, but Scotland dug in, and they've got 2 late tries in that first half. A couple of the key players for Scotland met up with Scottish Rugby TV earlier in the week. Here's how they said.
Back involved this weekend, you've played a key role over the past couple of years in that. You must be looking to getting back out there and playing this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. We've had kind of a rough start to the Six Nations, but this is a game we're definitely targeting. We've done a lot of hard work through the last week as well, and the boys are in the right frame of mind going into this game.
How much are you enjoying playing under 20s rugby?
I'm really enjoying it just now. My rugby's going well. The boys, it's a good bunch of boys to be around. It's just it's good fun. It doesn't feel like you're training or just having fun, a good laugh, but it's still being serious.
Yeah, well, I think you'll see us chuck the ball a bit more this weekend. I think the Welsh, we've looked at them, they're very narrow, but they're very aggressive big guys, so I think we've just got to win that confrontation, we've got to win that battle. So, I mean, talking to guys like Cumbernauld Hill, Alex Craig, boys like that, like coming in, we just need them to get us on the front foot. Got big Fergus Bradbury starting this week, so he'll add a bit of grunt and a bit of ball carrying, a bit of physicality, which is what we need to do. We need to beat that. We need to make sure we're winning those individual battles.
How much are you enjoying playing under 20s rugby at the moment?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. This is what I've always wanted to do. Just play on that stage. And again, going back to France, I was absolutely gutted not to get to play in front of that crowd because that's the type of thing I relish. I really want to do. So yeah, absolutely loving it at the moment.
Well, that was Josh Henderson and Darcy Graham, 2 players who are really important for Scotland in the 20s. And Darcy Graham especially signed professional contract with Edinburgh Rugby, and that's a great boost for Scottish Rugby. A quality, talented, explosive young player coming through.
Yeah, it's great to see Darcy coming through. He's the kind of mould of Stuart Hoyk boy. He's come through the Hoyk Wanderers setup, Hoyk Albion as well, and he's the same kind of player as Stuart. He loves to run, and tonight we need to see him with the ball in his hand more often. You saw him last season again in the Junior World Cup against Australia, scoring outstanding tries. He got injured unfortunately in that game, but Darcy's one of these guys who's so sharp on the ball.
He is, isn't he? And you mentioned Stuart Hogg. He is similar to Stuart Hogg. I think he's been inspired by Stuart Hogg, and well, Hogg is inspiring us all, isn't he? He'll be taking the field tomorrow at BT Manifield. He's in a hot streak, I think, with 5 tries in the last 4 games, 4 tries in a row in consecutive games for Scotland. So he'll be key to the Scotland attack tomorrow, as will the big pack up front. Wales will be physical. Wales have got try scorers of their own, and Liam Williams, threats over the park. Yeah. What do you think will happen?
Oh wow! I mean, tomorrow's game will be huge for both sides. Wales against England last week were so close to beating England last week. They changed the way they played a little bit last week, or 2 weeks ago. They played a little bit wider and they played with more attacking flair, which is like the Welsh we've known over the last few years.
Is that down to Rob Howley, or getting his hands on the team, or because it's quite a contrast to what Ron Gatland promotes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a contrast, but it's the way Wales play well, and I thought Wales were outstanding against England, and a couple of mistakes. It was heartbreaking for them. They missed it, kicked the touch, and then the try. Alex Cuthbert missing the tackle on the outside, but Wales are playing well. I think tomorrow will be a tough test for us. 5 changes because 3 injuries, two changes as well on top of that. Greg not being there, Ali Price coming in. Ali played well against France, but losing your captain and losing your leader, it's going to be a tough test tomorrow.
Well, it will be a tough test, so hopefully Scotland will come out on top. Remember, Scotland women came out on top by the narrowest margin earlier on here, and at half-time in an under-20s game, it's 27 points to 12 in Wales' favour. Don't forget our competition to win 2 tickets to the next RBS Six Nations fixture at BT Manifield, Scotland versus Italy on March the 17th. Go to your Facebook page, leave a post a comment and tell us where you're watching and how much you're enjoying the coverage here. I'm going to hand back to Stuart McFarlane now in commentary for the second half.
So to really say to the
The teams are back out onto the pitch then. The second half about to get underway. Scotland trailing here by 27 points to 12. But certainly the last 5 minutes of the first half lifted the spirits of the supporters here watching Scotland take on Wales. Of course, this game, the second instalment this evening of a double-header with Scotland's women defeating Wales women by 15 points to 14. A dramatic conclusion to that game and a historic victory for the Scottish ladies. And Scotland then will have the kick-off and a chance for them immediately to press Wales. Although they've, in many of their kick-offs in the first half, restart kicks, they've never had Wales under too much pressure. Eastgate then with the high clearance again. It's gathered in by number 8, Alan Ward. Just goes on the angle up towards that 22. In position is the scrum half, Blacker. Again feeding the ball just to his right hand side, outside the 22. Wales looking to build a few phases here. The box kick could well be an option. It is indeed planted downfield. Underneath it though is Connor Eastgate, feeding the ball back inside now to McDowell at full back, but he's tackled just beyond his own 10-metre line. Scotland look to regroup. Shields in position, feeding the ball. It's juggled there. Scotland making a bit of a mess of that one. The referee just allowing the advantage coming the way of the Welsh. Scotland having knocked the ball forward there, and suddenly now Wales beginning to look threatening. Another box kick into the Scotland 22 this time. A kindly bounce, is it? It's a very kindly one for Wales and for Williams. And Preen Williams has scored the try for the Welsh a minute into the second half. It never really should have been a problem for the Scots. It was a case of measuring the bounce of the ball there. Stafford McDowell was back. And Chris, you're just back in position here, and suddenly Wales have opened the second half the way they started the first.
Exactly what Scotland didn't want after getting into the game just before half-time. Ruan Williams getting on the end of a chip kick. He chased hard, and there was 3 blue jerseys there, but he was the one that got the end of the rather wicked bounce over Stafford McDowell's head. But this guy, Ruan Williams, we mentioned him in the first half, he's such a dangerous player. He's got his reward as the rain just starts to team down again. That's a 4th try, that's a bonus point for Wales, and it's a good start to the second half for them.
And their backs have been very threatening, because there's Ruan Williams with a try after Corey Baldwin, the right winger, and the 2 centres, Kieran Williams and Cameron Lewis, before Lewis went off with an injury, all scoring tries. 42 minutes on the clock, and Wales, a perfect start to the second period for them after Scotland were building intelligently just before the break. Alan Ward again, the restart kick. Ward gathered the first one, and Wales are beginning to build. They're beginning to get some wind in the sails. They're beginning to look very dangerous indeed, as Blacker again just out on this right hand side. This time is Corey Baldwin, one of the first half try scorers, taking it into contact. Wales just trying to build close towards their own 10-metre line, close towards the touch again. When you've got Jones and Blacker that are able to put those intelligent box kicks in, it makes it very dangerous as Alan Ward gathers up that loose ball, but a great Scottish tackle comes back. Ward just drops his body on the ball there, and Scotland again under pressure as Dumbarat in the second row leapt on that loose ball. Little bit of afters as well. Sean Moore just squaring up with Fraser Rennick, but Scotland have just simply not been allowed to settle at all in the opening exchanges of this second half.
No, Wales are rushing them into everything, aren't they? As we see another player, is Craig Pringle, leaving the field with a doctor, whether that's for a head injury assessment or has been replaced, I'm not sure. Cammy Hutchison, number 22, is going to come onto the field. There's Craig Pringle going off. Looks like a head injury assessment. We'll get confirmation of that if we can, but Wales have started the second half as quickly as they started the first. They're putting Scotland under all kinds of pressure. Some wonderful offloading from the forwards and their backs, and they're finding space. What Scotland need to do in that situation is get a really solid contact and tackle. They need a big tackle to slow the possession down, to get your defensive line in shape. But in the end, they conceded another penalty. It's an interesting decision to go for goal for Ben Jones. But he's obviously looking to extend the lead as much as possible.
This will certainly test the range of the Welsh standoff then. Here he goes then, Jones, another good left foot strike. That looks pretty good from here. It's straight and true, no problems at all with the range. And Wales adding a further 3 points, and they're beginning to drift away into this late evening here in Cumbernauld. And Wales certainly have come out the blocks absolutely flying in this second half. That's a try and a penalty as well, a converted try and a penalty. So 10 points on the board for Wales in the opening exchanges of this second period. And again, under no real pressure from the restart, they're able to feed the ball. Blacker comes now, the prop forwards just taking it in turns as well, along with their hooker, Corey Tarrant, to take the ball, crash ball. Again, Blacker with the box kick, and that just finds touch between the 10 and the 22. And Scotland, no immediate opportunity for them to throw in that, going straight into touch there. So perhaps a little bit of a let off.
Yeah, he must have. Blacker must have taken the ball back into his 22, or maybe assumed it was in and it was out. Sometimes the ball's deep in the ruck. A good referee calls that, and he lets the players know if it's in or out. But that's a good break for Scotland, because Wales are looking sharp. Their forwards are very comfortable on the ball, offloading and attacking as well. But Fraser Rennick can throw in here, and Scotland can launch an attack. Good throw.
Good solid throw there from the Scots as they're driving on. Rennick was the last to join them all, and he's got the ball tucked under his arm once again. Remember, he scored a second try for the Scots just before half time, and Rennick still in control of the ball as Scotland again have their captain Callum Hunter-Hill in position. Hill and Rennick together. The ball comes back towards Hill now. It's with the lock forward, who now is 5 metres from the line. Scotland are practically on that line now. The ball is with their captain. You can see it there. He's down, he's over, and Scotland respond. Well, you have to say this has been a thoroughly entertaining game, because there's been tries aplenty. And this time the captain plays a captain's role. Callum Hunter-Hill of Stirling County. And that will lift his spirits, and surely the spirits of his teammates.
It will do. Scotland needed that, didn't it? The kick straight out by the Welsh scrum half allows the opportunity for Scotland to launch that drive. An excellent throw to the tail of the line out by Fraser Rennick. I think it was Hamish Bain who took the ball at the tail of the line out. And then this was an 18-19 metre drive, always under control, ball at the back in Callum Hunter-Hill's hands. You had Charlie Shield there as safety, a pair of eyes for him, letting him know which way to go. Excellent execution, similar to the second try for Scotland, 2 driving mauls, and that's an area where they've obviously got the upper hand and should continue to attack.
Connor Eastgate then will have the kick. This is a very acute one, as it just falls off the tee as he was taking a few steps backwards. You can see there a perfect view of the angle, and again just a little bit of assistance required, balancing the forefinger on the ball. And Eastgate then, here he goes then, left footed, and that just drifts wide off the uprights. Chris, as an accomplished kicker, did that ever put you off in years gone by, when you had one of your teammates, just resting an index finger on the ball?
No, as long as you didn't get them, you'd be doing all right. But ironically, you train like that. Sometimes you'll always get somebody to hold the ball now and again just to simulate that. But I think there's more danger of the guy lying on the ball than any danger that was for the kicker.
No broken arms, at least.
They quite often go to the wrong side for the right-footed or left-footed kicker, which is always quite amusing. But Darcy got it right that time.
Now there, an illustration from that restart kick of the pressure that Wales were putting on the Scots there immediately from the kick-off. You can see hoisted high. It was a fair ball there. Coming in was Robbie Nairn, and that almost going the way of Wales on this occasion. The referee had spotted the infringement, though. It will be a scrum set piece ball. So Wales leading by a margin of 20 points with 8 minutes of this second half gone here. A still miserable evening here in Cumbernauld. Spectators, though, have come out in numbers to watch Scotland women defeat Wales women by 15 points to 14. Right at the end, a late penalty, the difference. Scotland, though, with the put in at the scrum. Charlie Shield feeds that ball into the scrum, and now suddenly Scotland accelerating away. Tom Dodd once more. And that was a good break from Dodd over the 10 metre line. Shield in behind, carried forward by Alex Craig, but he had no real opportunity to get any forward momentum. Shield once again has a look. Henderson just feeding the ball back towards the midfield. That spilled forward, and suddenly Wales on the attack here. Corey Baldwin, bit of pressure, comes back through the hands now, forwards and backs linking up nicely. James Botham there, grandson of Ian Botham, we mentioned already, looking threatening in his first opportunity, first cap for him, and a first start for Corey Tarrant at hooker. But those two players involved in a move that eventually just breaks down, and the volume just below us, and the crowd also drops just ever so slightly as Scotland look to make another replacement.
Yeah, I think it's a head injury assessment. It's been passed by Craig Pringle, and he's returning to the field in place of Cammy Hutchison in the centre. So good news for Craig Pringle. I think we'll see Cammy Hutchison again at some point. Started the first two games for Scotland, and a good attacking midfield player. But I must say again, Wales are coming alive with the ball in hand. Their front row, they might have thrown in the ball in his first start. Corey Tarrant has been excellent in the loose, good passer as well. As Wales now have an opportunity to build their drive and maul and crab towards the Scotland try line.
And the aforementioned Tarrant has the ball under his right arm there, but just the quick steal to Alan Ward. Ward on the angle, and suddenly here, the inside centre I should say, just caught short of the line as his momentum taking him over. Well, my goodness me, Kieran Williams, who scored a great solo run and try in that first half, thought he was in for a brace there. The referee is going to the television match official, but that was a close run thing there.
It was an excellent attack by the Welsh. They came off the back of that driving maul that was going forward by Dane Blacker and Ryan Conbeer as well. This is Kieran Williams with the ball in hand, two wonderful right foot steps, take him inside. Darcy Graham with an excellent tackle just before this, and as Alice Craig and Craig Pringle, I think that could be a try. Does the point of the ball just touch the whitewash? It's all it has to do. It's whether the point of the ball touched the whitewash or was it just short. An incredible effort by both Craig Pringle and Alice Craig. Initially I thought no try, but if we have another look at that in super slow-mo, we just have to make a decision whether it just glances the line or not. But it's that man Kieran Williams again. It looks like we're going to get a decision fairly quickly.
The TMO then in conversation with the referee. No score. So that's certainly a close run thing, Chris. You look a little bit surprised at the outcome there.
Well, initially when I saw it live, I thought no way, they've held him up. Craig Pringle, Alex Craig got there after Darcy Graham's tackle. But then that replay there, that super slow-mo, it looked almost as if the ball had just kissed the white line and no more. But credit to Scotland, good last line, last ditch defence in their own line. Have another look here. This is Williams, Alex Craig getting back, and as he slides towards the line, does it touch there? Well, the TMO says no. The TMO says no, and it remains Scotland 17, Wales 37.
Well, I can tell you, Jimmy, Ewer and Andrew Simmers are on, and just looking down, Charlie Shield has come off the field of play as well. I think Hamish Bain also off, and Bain was in the second row with the skipper and latest try scorer Callum Hunter-Hill. And Wales, well, Kieran Williams, the inside centre, had already scored a try in the match. He's not going to come much closer than that.
Well, look at the setup here. Sorry to interrupt, but it's a great shot there of the blind winger, Ryan Conbeer, in behind the scrum. Outside him, you've got Ben Jones. All the Welsh attacking backs on the right-hand side of the scrum. This is a brilliant opportunity for Wales to attack. Scotland have to be defensively sound here. I must start from the set piece. And Andrew Simmers, who's just replaced Charlie Shield at scrum half, has a really important role here. You've got Darcy Graham still on the right-hand side of the scrum, and Andrew Simmers here. One of those guys has to shoot round and help Josh Henderson on the inside.
Simmers then waiting patiently as the forwards try and control, getting closer towards the posts, but the referee just stops them in their tracks there, and the pressure remains on the Scots as Wales are pressing towards that line once more. They thought they were over for another try. It would have been a second score for Kieran Williams. Certainly was a suggestion he had perhaps done enough, but they will have another 5 metre scrum.
This is really difficult to defend for Scotland against Stuart, because Darcy Graham's on the right hand side of the scrum and he's got 15 metres to cover on his own. Now there's no defender against him, but if the scrum is dominant from Wales and they do go down the Welsh left hand side, the Scotland right hand side, they can go down with 8, with 9, and then the winger swooping back. So number 9, Andrew Simmers, has to help Darcy Graham out on that side. If the winger stays in the open side for Wales, then one of those players has to get round and help Josh Henderson.
We shall see the outcome then as the ball is rolled into the set play. That's the voice of Chris Patterson watching on this evening with Wales a 20-point advantage and threatening once again. The scrum half trying to go on his own, Dean Blacker, and Blacker just caught a metre or so short of that line. Moore this time in the second row feeding the ball out to that right hand channel, and they're spreading it further wide. And are they over for the score this time? A heap of bodies across that line. The referee again suggesting that no score has been awarded. And once again, the danger and threat coming from Wales with the interchange and play, the forwards and backs. This time it looked as if it was Rhys Carr, the loose head prop, was the spear man. Once again, the TMO has got some work to do here. But the Welsh loose head prop, Rhys Carr, perhaps he thought he was in for the latest try.
Well, we're going to have another look at TMO, as you quite rightly say. Stuart, some more excellent last-ditch defence by Scotland. This was after 3 phases, and as the prop drives towards the line, Conor Eastgate got his right leg and then his left leg under there, but has the ball been placed between Eastgate's legs and on the line? Looks, there's nothing conclusive from there. We don't know what the question was of the TMO, whether there's any reason they can't award a try, or was it a try, yes or no. Brian Eason's with us as well. What do you think, Brian?
That's a tough one, that one, because I mean, you look at Connor there, he's right underneath. He actually looks at, unfortunately, he's been hurt in this one as well. It's tough to see, and it's inconclusive for the TMO. It looks like the ball's down, I'll be honest with you. The last one looked it down as well, but look, Scotland have tried to come back in the game, and I think you're right, Chris. With our strength at the moment is our line at maul, and it's about making sure that we can get into positions to be able to do that. Wales, however, I'm really impressed with the way that they're speeding the game up. Every time they've got the ball, they're igniting. You just see that the referee has actually awarded that try there.
No, a huge amount of conclusive proof, but the try has been awarded. Maybe there's a little payback from the previous TMO decision, which looked as if it had reached the line. But Wales scored their 5th try, Stuart, and they really are streaking ahead. He had Salty when you have another look again. That's the ball popped away from Captain Will Jones, the open side flanker. And then I think it's Rhys Carr, was it?
I think Rhys Carr is. Yeah, he's the man being awarded the try.
And he had insult to injury. Conor Eastgate is getting his leg put in a splint, and the stretcher's coming on for him. So, in the act of bravery and trying to defend the line and hold the Welsh try scorer up, he's picked up an unfortunate injury.
Yeah, a lot of weight seemed to be placed on that left leg of his as he was putting literally his body on the line. Here we go though. Is the conversion good? Again, plenty of height, clean and true. Another kick for Ben Jones, another 2 points for Wales. Rhys Carr's try then converted, a 5th try for the Welsh, and the first of the 5 tries so far this evening to be scored by a forward as well. The backs have been so influential in the match. Looking down there, it looks as if Wales are going to make a couple of changes. I can see that stripped and ready to come on is Christian Coleman and also Ruben Morgan-Williams. So those two will take to the field as well, and Wales have got plenty of strength on that bench. But there is a sad, sorry sight as well with Conor Eastgate, who's certainly put himself about and had some decent breaks in the match. That's certainly an injury he did not want to pick up.
Yeah, it looks like we'll be reasonable delay here. It's never nice to see anybody getting injured, but Conor Eastgate, who started the game at standoff against France, he was injured for the opening game against Ireland. Is in a considerable amount of pain, but he's sitting up there, and that's good to see. Some of the best medical care in the game surrounding him will make sure it's as comfortable as he can be, and it's good to see him. He's now getting onto his feet and limping onto the stretcher. It's his right leg that's in an inflatable splint, and it's important to say all precaution will be taken. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a serious injury. We hope it's not, but if it were to be, then it's right that the precautions taken now. You see the coaching staff from right to left: Ben Fisher, defence coach; Eddie Pullett, forwards coach; Sean Lenine as well. They'll be disappointed to see these pictures, but Scotland have to get themselves back in the game. They have to get territory, as Brian's been saying. They have to get the line out drive into the match, and as you see, Brian, sorry sight for Conor to be stretchered off like that.
mentioned, you know, Connor has worked well, and he played well at 10 last week, and he's given it a good go at 12 tonight as well. And he was unfortunate against Rhys Carr there. Rhys Carr, he's a big ball carrier. We talked about Rhys at the start, at the top of the programme tonight, about Rhys at 1, Kieran Williams at 12 have been real thorns in the side of our team tonight, and you know, have carried ball hard. And you know, we're going to see Cammy Hutchison coming on. Good opportunity for Cameron, who, you know, he's in the Edinburgh BT Sport Academy at Cameron, he's been involved against Ireland and against France, so you know, a good opportunity for him now.
The kick-off then, after the applause for Connor Eastgate, the Wasps player stretchered off with that nasty looking injury, and that will be of course a concern for his club as well. But all in the act of bravery, as Chris Patterson rightly pointed out. Bit of a follow through there, also an offside decision picked up by the referee.
I think it's blocking, isn't it? You're not allowed to be active in any way, shape or form if you're ahead of the ball, and it's something we see all the time, but it's well picked up by Thomas Charabat, the French referee. So as Blacker was getting his kick away, there was obstruction by players in front of him, stopping the Scotland players getting pressure on him. Well, I think we know what's coming here. Good kick, giving you good territory and the pressure zone for Wales, and I think we'll see a catch and drive.
And Rennick, one of the Scotland try scorers at hooker, just making his way towards the ball at the moment. Just gives it a quick wipe with the towel, and now he'll be throwing in towards the line once again, taken brilliantly there by Alex Craig. And again Rennick, but the initial maul there just collapses. Scotland have still got the ball with Rennick at hooker, and Rennick just on the angle has just been held back with some good Welsh tackling and good blocks by the red jerseys of Wales. Just on the angle, Scotland look to go once more, feeding the ball inside. Simmers with the pass this time, is back in position as well. Andrew Simmers on at scrum half now, and a chance for him to show what he can do to try and dictate much of the pace of the game. Scotland again looking to recycle back to that left hand channel through the hands of Henderson, but that's been knocked forward. Wales were able to get players up quickly enough just to disrupt the momentum of that Scottish move, and I suppose they're in the perfect position in terms of the scoreboard to do that and just disrupt any Scottish rhythm and attack. 24 minutes to go. Scotland have got not quite a mountain to climb, but it's a very much an uphill task for them at the moment, trailing 44-17.
Yeah, it is, wasn't it? And that was a penalty, and a kind of deliberate knock on, really. We see again Josh Henderson taking the ball, and there's only one hand going at that ball and it's going down, so quite surprised Alex Dombrandt hasn't maybe been punished further for that. But what it does do is allow Scotland another opportunity to go to the one of the main strengths. Certainly after the opening 4 or 5 lineouts, they've been excellent in the line-out drive. Wales defended the last one 2 or 3 minutes earlier really well by pulling it down quickly at source. Let's see if Scotland can come out on top here.
Yeah, Dombrandt on another day perhaps would have been shown a card, as Crosby does very well. The flanker for Scotland winning the ball in the line-out, and again it goes back to Rennick, and Rennick in behind him. He's got Simmers just directing operations here. Scotland again getting a little bit closer. Rennick just appeared momentarily to be isolated in that grouping of Welsh jerseys there. Comes back, Simmers thinks about going himself, and he's over! And an excellent score, he backed himself. Andrew Simmers, the Heriots man, wearing number 21 this evening in this under-20s international, and Scotland have their 4th try, 2 coming at the end of the first half. And look at this, spins a full 360 and just found half a gap there. And we talked about the quality of the scrum halves backing themselves in the match so far. He had to almost leap over one of his own players there to execute that move. 44-22 with the kick to come.
Well, it's a bonus point for Scotland, the 4th try, the bonus point, which is at least something to take from the field. But it was a cracking try by Andrew Simmers. Again, it came from that line-out drive, wasn't it? Putting Wales under pressure, the focus, so much effort on bringing them all down that Simmers was quick enough, dynamic enough to spin out the tackle and score his try.
And Henderson, the standoff, he's good. Henderson's made it, and it's suddenly Wales leading by 44 points to 24 with 22 minutes left, and the scoreline suggesting an entertaining match with plenty of incident, plenty of tries, and that's exactly what we've had here. Remember, Scotland looking for their first win in the campaign in 2017, Wales having already defeated Italy. Scotland losing here by just a point to Ireland before going down away in France. And Scotland, well, still plenty of work for them to do, but there's still time on their side if they can continue this forward momentum with a clinical edge, Chris.
Yeah, that was better, pretty well dealt with Scotland from that point of view as well. For the good catch with Robbie Nairn and then a good clearance kick. And this is where momentum can swing in games, and Scotland have fought themselves back into the match on 2 occasions so far at least. Obviously the start to both halves by Wales was exceptional, but Scotland have got themselves back into the game here, and they must have a good defensive phase and really put pressure on Wales here.
Wales then through the hands of their standoff on towards Williams, taking that pass from Jones cleanly, but his route to the line was blocked this time. Comes back to Jones again, this time Philip Jones with the stab kick forward. Scotland give chase. Andrew Simmers is back under a bit of pressure, but deals with that one nicely. Some reinforcements coming in the form of more dark blue jerseys. Again, that pass from Henderson back in field. Scotland, that's their own 5 metre line, and the posts just behind there, trailing but a margin of 20 points. That kick charged down, goes over the dead ball line, and there was the threat of James Botham up with play there, that coming crashing off his forearms there. And Wales have certainly put Scotland under pressure here when they've been clearing from their in-goal area. That coming cannon ball off James Botham there and going beyond that dead ball line.
I think his grandfather would have caught it.
He may well. he may well. He would say afterwards it would be a sure
chance.
thing.
Is that a chance? That's a chance. No, he's. I've been impressed with Botham actually. He's a classic blindside flanker. He's doing jobs like that all night. He's won a lot of loose ball. He's putting pressure on the kickers. He's a big ball carrier. Look at him talking and driving his team onward in his debut. But that as a big swing. We just spoke about momentum. If Scotland were managed to get that kick away, they're then defending probably a line out, over outside their 22 at least. But now they have to defend a scrum on their own line.
Ruben Morgan-Williams then, the replacement scrum half. And that's picked up again by the number 8, Aled Ward. Ward looking dangerous, going for the pads and the posts there, but the ball just short of that line. They go a second time and they're over. And Wales, again, I think this time it's Kieran Williams, the inside centre, who was denied a try earlier in the half, scored one in the first half. That's a brace of tries for him. And this game is certainly nothing if not entertaining, Chris.
Well, that shows you the pressure, the value of kick pressure. That could have been a line out to Wales, I don't know, outside the Scotland 22. It was a 5 metre scrum. They got dominance in the scrum. It was a quick pick from the number 8, Alex Ward, and then somehow number 12, Kieran Williams, got in there and got hard, low to the line and scored. He's been outstanding, Kieran Williams, in the 12 jersey tonight. And it's another reasonably simple conversion for Jones to chip over, and a 6th try for the Welsh.
So 10 tries in all, 6 of them for Wales as they're approaching a half century. Well, they're now over the half century of points, with that conversion being good. And certainly there's still plenty of supporters cheering on the Scots, but as Chris, as you rightly pointed out, a seesaw match with Wales dominating the opening exchanges at the start of the first half and the second half, really setting the tone, something solid foundations for them to build on. But much of the second period has gone in a seesaw fashion as Scotland there bring on Scott McGinley of Curry. The flanker has come on the field to play, so another change for the Dark Blues.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see Scott McGinley come on. He's a really, really hard working, he's a terrier type of back row player. He'll certainly get wired in in his debut for Scotland under 20s.
Good ball carried forward there by the Welsh, just on the edge of their 22, up to clear downfield. That should be gathered cleanly by McDowell, and has Henderson alongside him, and taken on this time by Craig Pringle, who seems to have recovered from his knock a little bit earlier on. And Scotland again looking for some quick recycle ball. They leap to gather and clear downfield, and Wales under some pressure there. That was good work by Darcy Graham to challenge for that ball, but it does come back on the Welsh side. Again, that's taken on by the Welsh prop forward try scorer Rhys Carr, the loose head prop, with a score earlier on in the second period for the Welsh. This time gathered there by number 21, that's Ruben Morgan-Williams, the replacement scrum half. back towards the edge of that 10-metre line, and again Wales opting to clear downfield, but Scotland have got time just to measure the response here, and McDowell goes on a little mazy run up towards that 10-metre line. Wales with some solid tackling, but Simmers again with the pass towards Henderson, on towards Rennick, and the hooker is able to burrow his way forward a few metres there, is recycled, and Scotland again playing some crash ball. Good play there from Thornton, George Thornton, a replacement earlier on in the tie, getting himself involved, but it comes back on the side of Wales, and Baldwin taking it into contact, back once more to Carr, this time brought forward, and skipper Will Jones carries. Good ball down towards that 22, smash tackle comes in to slow up Aled Ward there, recycled though. Wales going down the right hand side again, and Phillips is just caught short there. Philip Jones, I should say, the first of the Welsh replacements earlier in the tie. He's made a real impact as well, would be perhaps deserving of a Wales score if it was to come his way. Ben Jones again, this time Wales now up towards that 22. Jones gets another bite, Jones going on the angle, good tackle there, comes in from the Scots, slowing him up, comes back this time to the left wing, and Conbeer, little bit isolated, but Wales are able to recycle once more. Carr, and becoming an increasingly important figure in open play as a ball carrier, as we heard from Brian Easton, his qualities both in the scrum but also in open play. Solid challenge in there, and Will Jones, the captain, getting closer towards that 5-metre line. There's some real solid challenges coming in, but Wales just wave after wave of attempted attack here. The captain Jones on now towards Botham on the angle, 5 metres short of the line. He's stopped, slowed up just slightly there, and Morgan Williams again goes in, has another look, nice little offload. He's going to be in for a hat-trick of tries if Kieran Williams can finish that off, but he's slowed up. Morgan Williams now, Ruben Morgan Williams on that left hand side. Is that Botham with the try? Botham was certainly crossed the line, and again the referee is signalling that he's going to go to the TMO. But on his debut at this level, James Botham gets back to his feet, and he'll be thinking he will have got another score.
It looked like it, didn't it? We'll have another look here. It looked as if there was space between him and the touchline as Botham gets low and hard under Darcy Graham's challenge. I don't think there's any doubt there. I think it will be a try awarded, and that came after, it must be 15 or more phases from the Welsh. It came from a turnover from Scotland in the midfield, and then it was just phase after phase. Some pretty brave defence in there from the Scots, but too much quality from Wales, and the try quite rightly awarded for Botham.
So that's the 7th try for Wales, with the conversion to come. And Ruben Morgan Williams, who's been on the field for the last 10 or so minutes in place of Dane Blacker. Blacker was very influential as an architect of many moves in open play at scrum half for Wales, but Ruben Morgan Williams has come on and acquitted himself very well.
Yeah, well, he was part of the Grand Slam winning team from last season as well. A lot of experience, him and Ruben Williams, the fullback, who's now in the right wing. But you can see the quality that they bring. As you say, Blacker, I thought, had a really effective game, played outstandingly well at scrum half, but that's the depth. They've got the quality off the bench as well, and that was a good score after a lot of phases for the Welsh.
14 minutes left, and we'll watch on as Ben Jones, the fly half for Wales then. Again, a tight angle, wraps the left boot round that, hoists it high, and it's good. It's a further 2 points. He's had a splendid match, both in open play himself and as a kicker, and it's a further 2 points for Wales, who are drifting further clear of Scotland with 13 minutes to go. Wales again going to the bench. They've almost emptied their bench now. Looking down there, I can see that they've brought on Arwell Robson, and it looks as if Morgan Morris has also come on, as well as Stephen Thomas. So Wales ringing the changes now for the final 13 minutes of this tie. On the edge of their 22, they clear it downfield. That's Arwell Robson with an early touch. Scotland scampering back there. Alex Craig is able to gather and just feed the ball, and it's cleared from the edge of the 22 downfield. Not a touch finder, and again Wales just accelerating away Arwell Robson, and it's challenged here by Ruben Williams. Up towards that 22 goes Williams at fullback, and Wales putting Scotland under all sorts of pressure. But Scotland, I think this time, perhaps Wales just trying a little bit too hard on that occasion, Chris.
Yeah, Alex Craig, I think, did really well, the Scotland blind side, to get over the ball and win the penalty. But as Josh Henderson just interrupted, I thought he'd committed a mistake, but he's managed to guide the ball. An excellent outcome in the end into touch, and this will give Scotland another opportunity to attack. But the Wales are in free flow now. They really are playing outstandingly well. Scotland have fallen out of the game in the last 20 minutes or so, and they need to get their defence solid. It's about not conceding any more points between now and the end of the match and trying to find a couple of tries of their own. They have to get more possession and hopefully can launch an attack from here.
Now there you can see the young air hooker, Robbie Smith, who's just come on in the last couple of minutes. A throw in for him, good opportunity for him to stake a claim for a place in future sides. Rennick himself has had a good game for the Scots. That's picked up though just on the angle by Luke Crosby. From that line out, Scotland suddenly with a chance for them to do something with ball here. Simmers back infield. They're driving up, they're looking to try and use a bit of width as they tuck it to this left hand side, and Cameron Hutchison with the initial break on towards Robbie Nairn. Robbie Nairn's going to be in for a try down that left hand flank of Scotland, and Robbie Nairn with a try. You can tell by his body language and facial expression he just wants to get on with it. Takes the congratulations of his teammates. But another try's been scored. This time the replacement's very much at the heart of this one. The ball eventually coming out, finding its way to Robbie Nairn, and the Harlequins man touching down for a try for Scotland, and that I make it is their 5th try. There's been plenty of scores, great initial work by Cameron Hutchison, and Robbie Nairn just drifting to the position on the left wing to finish it off.
It's another example of attacking that short side. We've already seen Scotland score tries and have success from that short side in the first half, and that was a really good finish, well created. We just said they need more possession. They got the possession, went into the midfield and swept back down the blind to great effect. Cameron Hutchison, as you say, busting the tackle, getting his hands free in the offload, and then Robbie Nairn blasting through a couple of tackles and scoring Scotland's 5th try.
Josh Henderson there just looking to the heavens as that conversion attempt was just wide of the uprights. 58-29 then, the Welsh lead into the last 10 minutes. And down below you can see another change has been made by the Scots. Just looking to get confirmation. Wales also making a few changes as well, and the forwards will just get confirmation of those. But Wales then with that restart kick looking to put Scotland under pressure, but that's a deeper kick this time. It's taken by Alex Craig, and Craig is able to gather, carries it up just over that 22. Scotland again with the option perhaps to kick, but looking to try and run it this time. Josh Henderson thought about the kick, but just run it outside his 22. Cries of Scotland, Scotland around Broadwood, trying to G up the players for a final flurry inside these last 10 minutes or so. Wales 58, Scotland 29, and Scotland eventually put boot to ball. This time Henderson with a kick downfield. It's gathered up there by Ben Jones. Jones just with a little offload, the high up and under, back into Scotland territory, allowed to bounce, but favours Henderson this time. And this time it's off to Robbie Nairn. Robbie Nairn, having just scored that try, goes on a bit of a solo run up towards the 10-metre line. Simmers in behind him again. Scotland playing a bit of crash ball there with George Thornton going into contact. Carried forward over that 10-metre line. Thornton in position again just to retrieve the ball. Does so, and Scotland just playing a further bit of crash ball here as they get closer towards halfway. Simmers again back infield. The little delicate dink kick again on that left hand side for Wales, but suddenly Wales now with a bit of momentum here. Conbeer up towards that 10-metre line is tackled. Wales looking to recycle quickly. Through there comes Alex Craig, but Wales play just continuing. Ruben Morgan-Williams just on the angle with support from Arwell Robson, but the referee just puts whistle to mouth as one or two of the Welsh players not involved in action. They're just stretching off some suspected cramp, not surprisingly given the efforts of both these sides. Scotland were penalised and Wales immediately through a Arwell Robson kicking downfield. Positional play inside that Scotland 22, more pressure for the Scots.
Well, it is. It's you look at Scotland have scored 5 tries but conceded 7, and I think what's important is there's no more tries conceded. they have to take real pride in the line here, defend the line out. It's whether you put somebody up to try and challenge a throw, or whether you stay in the ground to defend them all. But Scotland have to be aggressive here and can't afford another try.
Towards the back of the line, but the referee, Wales did get hands on the ball, but the referee immediately had the whistle in mouth as Scotland were challenging the ball as it went loose and signalling it's going to be a scrum and a Scotland put in. So Wales penalised in their own line out. Here's one very quickly for you, Chris, just as we watch the teams getting lined up here. We're talking there about James Botham having scored a try there for Wales. His father being a rugby player, his grandfather being a cricketer. Of course, Scotland can boast many, many years ago. The smile on your face, I think you know what's coming. A bit of useless trivia. Gregor McGregor, an English cricketer, Scottish-born rugby player, but played cricket for England, all in the one man. And he was also in the first Barbarian side.
Not in the same weekend, was it?
Not in the same weekend, no. He did spread it out over a decent career.
No,
Merchiston born.
You often find that, don't you? I think sometimes what's overlooked in development, and Brian knows this more than anyone who's involved in the development of the young players in Scottish rugby, is multi-sports is really crucial. Playing different sports, playing and understanding different sports, and the technical skill is really important to develop you as an all-round player and sportsman. So, well, I think gone are the days where you can do one in one season and a different sport in another, but playing them, I think, is really good for everybody's development.
Simmers retrieves the ball from the back of that scrum. We'll get Brian's thoughts on that in just a second when there's another break in play, as Scotland look to ship the ball wide and kick to touch there downfield, and that ball does indeed find touch. And Brian, just on the back of that point, we know that watching on the Scottish women's team, many of the players were very accomplished hockey players as teenagers that have then opted to go into rugby. Others have maybe concentrated in younger years as athletes and then taken up the game.
No, I 100% agree with both of you. I think all players should be trying multi-sports. They should be going into everything we can, and we'll look to develop athletes and people that can play football. Oh, there we go, here's this.
Morris there with the initial break for Wales, and it comes back now to Reuben Morgan-Williams. Very quick hands there. Ben Jones having to leap to gather that one, and it's taken on there by the prop forward Stephen Thomas, one of the late arrivals in this second half from the replacements bench. Again, a lot of the replacements heavily involved here. Williams just feeding that ball out on that far side. Scotland vitally important to put the tackles in here. Stephen Thomas carrying it forward a couple of metres. You can see the line there. That's the 20-yard box here at Broadwood Stadium, when this is used as a football ground, but very much rugby the focus this evening. On this artificial surface, the referee just puts whistle to mouth to call play back there, having played the advantage. And Wales have Scotland exactly where they want them just now, hemmed in, leading by 58 points to 29. And Scotland suggesting that they'd strayed offside here. Wales will just kick towards the corner, and we'll see what they can do here. They have been threatening in the line out, and well, I suppose at this stage in the game, with 4 minutes or so left, we'd turn our attentions to man of the match, Chris.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to call, isn't it? There's so many kind of outstanding performances. Reuben Williams started at fullback, moved to the right wing. He was good. James Botham's been tough around the breakdown. Will Jones for Wales, all the Welsh players for Scotland. I think Darcy Graham always plays particularly well. But the man of the match, and before we see another try here for Wales, is the Welsh inside centre, Kieran Williams.
I think a thoroughly deserved man of the match award then. Scored 2 tries, had a third one disallowed as well, as we watch Wales pressing. Their forwards are going to be over for another score. They touch down there, the congratulations given, and that looks as if from here it's Morgan Morris who's just come on the field of play with another try for the Welsh. I think that's their 8th of the match. 8 tries for Wales. We'll watch this again, just from the back of that maul. Controlled, down he goes, and it's another try for the Welsh. The bearded figure back on his feet, heading back towards halfway. Quiet look of satisfaction on his face, and Wales just lining up this conversion attempt. 63 points then they have, and it's been a thoroughly impressive performance by a Welsh side that certainly were pulling up some trees last season, and after losing to England, they had of course earlier defeated the Italians This is a comprehensive victory here at Broadwood. Just on the angle, we watch Ben Jones. A couple of minutes of this tie left. Kick almost chased down there, but it's successful. And he himself, well, you touched on the contenders for man of the match. I mean, Ben Jones was another one you mentioned, a great performance.
Absolutely, he's been outstanding. He's been the glue. There's been a lot of changes in the Welsh team. I think almost everybody's on, if not all replacements on. He's been consistent. He's kicked his goals. There in your screens, Kieran Williams, the man of the match tonight. An outstanding performance of him. But yet, Ben Jones, he's been the heartbeat of the team, and he's led his team around the park very well indeed.
Morris taking that ball into contact again before it's cleared downfield. Scotland trying to measure the clearance kick. Alex Craig stumbles there, but again he's happy just to run it up towards that halfway line. Scotland again looking to recycle quickly here. Andrew Simmers playing the ball back infield. There he goes once more. Little option is to chip the ball forward and chase that kick. And Henderson will try that all evening, certainly for the cause of the Scots. 65-29, a high scoring affair with attack very much on top, certainly from the point of view of Wales, but Scotland certainly picking up a bonus point. That will be scant consolation for them as Wales knock on, and Scotland will have the put in, and this will be one of the last set plays of the match. There is another glimpse of Kieran Williams, the man of the match, with 2 tries, almost a third, and Wales handsome victors this evening. Scotland, though, with that losing bonus point, it is something at least to take from the fixture. And this is it's been a real stern test for these young Scottish players. We did touch on the fact that 8 Cardiff Blues players started in the 15 selected to begin the match here at Broadwood this evening. That perhaps a factor, but Wales coming out of the blocks so quickly in the first half and indeed in the second. And again, this rather static set play at the moment. Andrew Simmers just in position, applauds the efforts there, and Wales have to retreat very quickly as Scotland look to take the quick one. Simmers goes on a little solo run there. It's kicked ahead there by Darcy Graham, but gathered up by Wales just on the edge of that 22. Good sliding challenge there again. Arwell Robson, he's been a very effective player as well since coming on the bench. Scotland have won it back though and carry it forward inside the 22, planted back. Simmers again on this left hand channel, comes on towards McDowell, who's appeared on that left hand side. Scotland again, Simmers quickly looking for some ball here to be released. Wales again having to backtrack. Simmers with the tap and go, 5 metres short of the line. Craig carries it forward. The back row forward is up towards that try line. And again, Scotland just organising themselves for perhaps one final burst here. Wales again just feed the ball, or watch the Scots feed it out towards Craig Pringle, an outside centre. His route to the line is blocked off. Darcy Graham in position, but the ball comes loose, and Scotland on the angle again. We're into stoppage time, the clock has gone red. This will be the last phase of open play in the match, and Scotland again driving up there. Scott McGinley, the Curry replacement, heavily involved in that little sequence there. Comes back towards Henderson, a little deft pass there, allowing Cameron Hutchison the dart towards the line, but his route to the line is just shored up there by some Welsh defence. You can see Scotland are very close to that line. The second of those lines on the screen is the try line, as Scotland aiming for it now. A metre or so short of the line. Desperate attempt to get one final score. Comes towards Henderson. He's got options out on this right hand side. Are Scotland going to be in for another try? Over they go. Robbie Nairn this time, touching down. And Scotland, a 6th try for the Scots. Wales have come up with 8 of their own, and Scotland, well, they get some points in stoppage time at the end of this second half. The referee allowed play to continue there. Robbie Nairn, lovely little sidestep for a big man as well, evading the challenge coming in there. The tackle from Ryan Conber. And Scotland now will watch on as this conversion attempt from out wide will be the last action of the match. Sean Luneen, rather grimacing expression on the face of the New Zealander, ex-Boroughmuir man who came over in, what was it, 1988, within a year was an internationalist courtesy of his Scottish grandparents. And Josh Henderson then He'll have the last say. Well, that ball falls off the tee there before he was moving forward, so he's able to rest the ball on the tee once more. The Scotland fly half then, relatively short run up, just adjusts his position, so he's comfortable here. Here he goes then, right-footed, clean strike, but again wide of the uprights, and the referee will blow for the end of the match. A thoroughly entertaining game, not going the way of the Scots in the end. Wales 65, Scotland 34, but the last of the tries there, Robbie Nairn finishing off a thoroughly enjoyable encounter between Wales and Scotland. Scotland certainly made it very difficult for themselves, conceding 2 tries to Wales in quick succession at the start of that first half, but came back very strongly in the closing stages of the half, with Tom Dodd leading the charge, and also a try from Fraser Rennick to give Scotland something to build on in the second period. Wales again bossing the early exchanges in the second half, extending their advantage, but Nairn's try at the end, just an illustration of how entertaining a match it has been tonight. Tries aplenty. We'll get reaction in just a short while. Scotland 34, Wales 65.
Well, welcome back. As I say, thank you to Stuart McFarlane, the commentary. What an incredible game, really. 8 tries for Wales, 6 tries for Scotland, 34 points to 65 final score. I think bitterly disappointed with the result. Some good points in attack, but you know, to concede 6 tries from Wales' point of view, and to concede 8 tries from Scotland's point of view, it doesn't look good for the defence. But let's look at the positives in attack. Scotland had to come back into that game 2 or 3 times over, but they just fell too far behind too often.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think 27-0. You know, before half time, we were looking down the barrel, and you know, as you say, if you're going in at half time at 27-0, you'd have been a real tough half, evening. But we scored 2 tries before half time. Again, we showed attacking the short side with Tom Dodd's try, and then our catch and drive line out. We got another one just after half time, our catch and drive line out. And then again, when we attacked short sides and put a little bit on the edge, we looked a little bit more dangerous. But I agree with you. Defensively, we'll not be happy. But I think our attack, if we can just put a little more attack on the edges, it'll make it a little bit easier for ourselves.
Yeah, and Scotland had to solve a few problems out there, which will be pleasing as well. As not a lot of pleasing elements, but they were pleased with the line out that started off, as a weakness and then became a strength, and driving more tries. Came in later on in the game. So credit to the players for figuring that one out.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, as you say, we lost the first 2 line-outs, and I think everybody was their heads when it gone down. But then after that, line-out was excellent. Our drives are looking a real strength. Wales only defended one of them well. They sacked it early, but after that, we look real dangerous off of that. It's then been able to add on to that. I think we struggled to get a foothold in the second half. I thought Wales tempo to the game that they played, first 30 minutes of the first half, and then for the rest of the second half, I thought tempo wise they were excellent, and we just struggled to get a foothold, and when we did, we looked a little bit dangerous. But scoring 6 tries in an international, it's not an easy thing to do.
Getting back into the game was one thing, but then sustaining that pressure, keeping in the game, making it hard for Wales to score, just probably wasn't up to scratch tonight, was it?
No, and some of the tries they scored were a little bit, from poor kick chases, missed tackles. Their score at the end, there was a little bit easy round the edge. It just, for me, just looked a little bit too easy. The guy's
some
head.
Good attacking play for the Welsh. I thought Rhys Carr, we highlighted at the start of the game as a loose head prop. His distribution, comfortable with the ball. They were giving short passes out the back. Yeah. We mentioned Kieran Williams as well, sort of interrupt, but these were players who were putting Scotland under pressure by giving that extra pass and attacking space.
I think you said up the stairs as well. You look at Ben Jones and I think Dane Blacker. They were the glue to that side. I know Dane went off, but Ben Jones I thought was a bit of glue. I like Roone Williams at full back. Their back 3 looked very dangerous. But as rightly named, Kieran Williams the man of the match. We can learn a lot from that. I thought their set piece was excellent, but they had some real big runners. The 12 was a big runner. Number 1, as we said, Rhys Carr was a big, strong runner as well. But they also put width in the game too. And they deservedly scored 8 tries. Put us under a lot of pressure, but we'll learn from that. We'll go away and learn from that. We learned from it during the game. We improved during the game. We then let it fall, and then we got better again.
And that's important. That learning from all games you play, from victories, from defeats, is really, really important. Now, Scotland move under 20s. In fact, all nationals teams move from here to play in England in 2 weeks' time. England under 20s won the World Championship last year. They're a phenomenal side. Scotland will have to learn quickly and learn from today before they take on English in 2 weeks' time.
Well, and there's a lot to learn from tonight. You know, I think we can take a lot from that. The boys will go away. They've got a down week next week, but I know they're in camp on Wednesday, so I'm sure they'll need a few days to recover from this. But then going down to England will be difficult. Yeah, as you rightly say, world champions. There's no Premiership games in 2 weeks' time either, so they'll have the Premiership players, which, you know, albeit against the best, we want our young players to be playing against the best. It's how they learn, it's how they get better. So, you know, the players like Darcy Graham in there who have now signed pro contracts, these are the games that they will learn in, and all the players from 1 to 23 will go away and go, okay, 8 tries against Wales, it's on England next.
Well, you have to. You can't affect the performance. It's just been that there's reasonable aspects to the performance, but we must look ahead to England in 2 weeks' time. And I think before we look ahead, it's worth looking back to the first game here at Broadwood this evening, the victory for Scotland women against the Welsh counterparts. An incredible, if you didn't see it, an incredible game where Scotland went 14-0 down. They came back and they won 15 points to 14 with a 78th minute goal kick, penalty kick by Sarah Law, and it's brilliant for the women, isn't it? They've been developing, they've been better and better, but to justify that improvement with a victory for Shade Monroe, all the coaching staff and all the players, that must be a great feeling for them all.
I can imagine they're probably still in the changing rooms at this moment. I think they're probably having a good time, but you know, rightly so. 15-14 result, to go down to a 78th minute kick as well for Sarah Law. You know, her nerves must have been going, and you know, she's maybe had a decent goal kicking coach herself in there by yourself, but no, and you know, delighted for them, delighted for everybody involved in Scottish rugby, because you know they've started from nothing really, and you know some of these girls are in the academy now, as I've said, in Edinburgh and Glasgow, the Borders and Cali. They're working really hard and deservedly get that victory tonight.
Yeah, an excellent result. Thank you, Brian. An excellent result. First up here at Broadwood in Cumbernauld, Scotland women coming out on top, 15 points to 14 against the Welsh women. Not such a great result from Scotland's point of view. Obviously, high scoring in counting under 20s international. Just finished here. Scotland 34, Wales 65. 8 tries for the Welsh, 6 for Scotland. We'll be back with the next live stream for the women and the under 20s prior to the Italy game on the 17th of March. There was also running a competition tonight in Scottish Rugby TV. Thank you to everyone who posted a comment, who left a message, who told us where you were watching from, and I'm delighted to announce that the winner of 2 tickets for Scotland's match against Italy in the RBS Six Nations in the final weekend is Stuart Ferrier. Congratulations to Stuart Ferrier. You will be going to BT Murrayfield, 2 tickets to enjoy that international. We look forward to tomorrow's international between Scotland and Wales at BT Murrayfield. Who knows what will happen there. Congratulations to Scotland's women. Commiserations to Scotland's under 20s. A huge thank you to your commentary staff and Graham Law, Claire Bain for the women's game, and then Stuart McFarlane, Brian Eason and myself, Chris Patterson. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the coverage, and you'll see you again soon. Good night.